The greatest tradition in all of the Lone Star State high school football in Texas is back. It's Friday night once again, and my goodness, we're already to week 3
yes, sir.
of the 2018 season. It's crazy to believe, and because it's week 3, it means it's episode 3 of Whataburger Friday Night Stars, live from the Star in Frisco, Texas. Produced by Game On Sports. I'm Kyle Youmans alongside Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo. Everybody, wow, week 3 already of the season. We've had some incredible moments through weeks 1 and 2, including a lot of thunderstorms to work with last week. Week 1, we had Caden Davis, the man of the night. I'm sure he's
man of the year.
Yeah, really. Right now, he's already got a.
Oh, he's the guy.
He's definitely got a strong case to being the man of the year. And then, well, we've got a lot of Hekma as well.
Of course you do.
Through weeks 1 and 2. Guys, how we doing?
You can't have enough Hekma.
Well, we're doing great,
never.
man. It's week 3. I think we're finally going to actually get some football games played, unlike last week where we had a lot of weather issues. I was actually nervous rolling in today, boys, because
why?
It was
after last week.
No, the weather was not good coming in. It's 2 o'clock. I'm driving in.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, we cannot be having this again. It looks like we're no issues there at this point. I think our weather situation is fine this week.
It was a really big stepping stone for us as a show. With last week having all those games rained out, we were able to keep going for 4 hours.
Well, we talked about 3 games for 4 hours.
I mean, we were just recycling the same 3.
We had faced a lot of adversity as well.
This week with the full slate of action, it should be a breeze. I'm excited to finally get multiple games under our belt.
Oh, and it's going to be a lot of fun all the way through. We'll go from 7 to 11 right here on the YouTube Vimeo streams as well. Be sure to follow us on Twitter. We have a Twitter account now.
Twitter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Friday_stars on Twitter. Go ahead and follow us on there. Give us a follow individually. You'll see our Twitter accounts kind of represented throughout the night. But we've got a lot to get to. We've got a slew of games tonight. We had a lot of good games yesterday that we'll get to here in just a moment. We've got a package over Coach Daniel Mayberry of Mansfield High School. We'll talk about him a little bit later. An incredible story there. And overall, just a ton of great games to get to. And we'll keep you updated score-wise on everything in the DFW area, maybe even a little bit more. We've also got reporters out at almost every one of those big-time games throughout the area. Do want to mention those real quick. Nick Laupius is at Odessa Permian, South Lake Carroll, Grayson Nolette calling the game between Independence and Denton. Saji Adam at Flower Mound Prosper. Ashley Pickle, the hardest working woman in sports. Hekma deemed that one last week. Big
Facts.
time. Allen versus Coppell is where she's posted up at. Adrian Jagush is at Flower Mound Marcus and Waxahachie. Jackson Donovan at Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn. And then Mallory Hartley holding it down at Mansfield Legacy and Mansfield. A game, because of weather issues, potentially started at 6 o'clock. So we already have some updates for that Mansfield Legacy Mansfield game. We'll get to that in just a moment. But real quick, guys, a lot of good games last night we had to get to, and we're going to talk about some of those scores. First off, you know what? I'll start us off this week. I'm going to get things rolling. Rockwell and Arlington Bowie. Big-time game.
Wasn't that a good one?
Big-time game. Lots of points in this one as well. Put up 49-34 final score. Arlington Bowie takes the loss against
What about that Bowie
Rockwall.
defense last night?
Bowie defense.
Right, coming into it, everyone thought, all right, we've got a good matchup here. High-flying Rockwall going against an Arlington Bowie team that had been really good defensively. They're kind of my under-the-radar team to watch. I'm going to keep saying that because I'm trying to will it into existence here. And at 21 all of a sudden, that second half, Rockwall,
exploded, man.
It's money time. We're going to pull away. Bye-bye.
Right.
They did what they did.
Over 1,000 yards of offense in that game, gentlemen. Wow. That is
so much for defense, right?
Yeah,
exactly. That's the biggest thing. You look at the totals there, 603 total yards for Bowie, and then on the other side, Rockwall, 582 yards. Yeah, that was a Bowie team heading into last night that a lot of us were very high on. And Rockwall taking the loss in week 1 against Highland Park team that is continuously undefeated. We'll talk about that in just a moment. They had their second week game rained out. They came into this game 0-1. Well, they walk away 1-1 in a big-time win over 2-0 previously. Arlington Bowie. Hekma, I know you're a big Colleyville Heritage guy. Tell us about that matchup. They had a good one last night, a tight one against Euless Trinity.
Guys, let me tell you something about this. This is a in-town rivalry. These guys don't like each other very much. They're not, 5A, 6A. And it's always been my philosophy with, one of Joe Willis's philosophy Trinity is at the beginning of the season, take on some stiff competition so that, as you get into district play and into playoffs, his team is cruising. And so I take that philosophy, and a famous philosopher once said, in order to be the best, you have to beat the best. And he ended it by saying, woo! It's Ric Flair. Right?
I was about to say, what philosophy?
Congratulations to Ric Flair, by the way. He just got married.
Just got married. So that's my plug for Rick. But at the same time, guys, this was a game early that did not look good for Colleyville. Euless Trinity is a team that last year, Colleyville whooped them. All right, so this was a little bit of payback for the Trinity Trojans. They came in the first half, guys, completely blew the doors off of Colleyville. I think they had a lead of like 28-0. Everybody at that point was just like, hey, game's over. Let's pack up. And as I'm looking at the box scores, and I start noticing little by little. I was texting with you last night. They're chipping away. So there was a chance right there at the end, but it never was really that close, guys. You're talking about 800 yards of offense. But the thing about it was the 441 yards that Colleyville had. Most of that was in the second half. And so you look at Coach Joe Willis; those guys made some adjustments. But guys, look, I want to make sure that I say this: Euless Trinity is for real. They have some guys that, especially that defense, they are hard hitting and they come after people. But again, because Colleyville is definitely one of the teams that I've been watching over the years, I think that this is Joe Willis's philosophy. And so when they start off with 1-2, no one panics because you know that they're going to bounce back because of the schedule.
And Joe Willis is a friend of the show.
He is a friend of the show.
Absolutely. Called the first show.
He's a dear friend.
He is a dear friend. We go out to lunch every week.
Yes.
We love Joe.
Those sushi dates.
Yeah,
Coach
the
Whataburger
dates.
But credit to Trinity, because we talked about it last week. They had a Saturday game. Then they turn around and have a short week Thursday night game. They did look fresh. They did look fresh.
3-0.
Offensively and
that was
defensively.
tough. When we wondered, how would that short week affect Trinity? But I think what was most impressive to me was at the end of that game, like you said, Colleyville Heritage making a bit of a comeback.
Yes.
And Trinity shuts the door on that. I think it was a 12 play, just grinded out,
right down
66-yard drive.
Yeah, they took care of business. Running back
Yeah.
Malcolm Washington, strong game, 116 yards. I think the kid had like 3 touchdowns. He was all world, everything. He even caught the ball a few times. I mean, like I said, look out for these Euless Trinity.
They always got a stable of backs back there.
Already.
Brandon
They
Theus.
do. They do.
Already 3-0.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done it against big time teams, Colleyville Heritage, Midway, and other wins like that they've been able to kind of rattle those off against. But another team that is also on their way and actually are 3-0 now, Highland Park. And what a game last night against Frisco Lone Star. Zach, I know you had a chance to go to that game. Was it as good as advertised?
Yeah, well, see, what was interesting with this one is 10-7 was the final. Highland Park wins on a last-second field goal. We thought offense would tell the story in this one. You've got 2 explosive teams with Chandler Morris leading the way for Highland Park, Julian Larry leading the way for Frisco Lone Star. But defense told the story on this one. And I got to say, I went into it last week. Hekma, your guy, Mr. Pittman, Torrin Pittman, number 15. We talked about him. He was the player to watch immediately. You go into this thing, you know who Torrin Pittman is.
That's what Hekma said. Hekma
this
warned
guy
us.
is huge. Now,
Grown man.
He does have an SEC body, right? That's what you said, Hekma?
Exactly.
He hasn't filled into himself. So he's just a big guy, really lanky, and they have him playing in slot coverage.
Wow.
So he's an outside linebacker.
But he can move, huh?
Looks like he could absolutely rush the passer. They run kind of a 3-4, but they don't rush their outside backers a ton. They play a lot of 3-down linemen, and I got to give a lot of credit, and I don't know if I'm going to butcher this name, Zivaish Smith. Number 44 on that defensive line.
You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it.
Holy moly. This dude is a freaking game wrecker. Went against Reagan Riddle, who's an outstanding offensive tackle for Highland Park. Gave him fits the whole day long. Both sides. Prince Dorba, our guy for Highland Park, 2
Monster.
sacks.
Yes.
Absolutely was a challenge.
He looked bigger, too,
So it was
from
really,
watching that game.
Prince
He's
Dorba.
Put on some size, huh?
Like, I mean, both
Is
those
that
kids-
possible?
Yeah, that's the thing is we thought he couldn't get any bigger from his sophomore year.
He was
Or
like
better.
14 years old last year.
he's
and I was
quicker
like,
now.
Every
What
time I
is
see
this?
it's insane. Every time I watch Prince Dorba play, the dude is getting better and better. I'm falling more and more in love with him. This Torrin Pittman guy is crazy. Both front sevens are really good, and I think that's what makes both of these teams elite. You could see flashes of both offenses coming into their own. Highland Park made a couple of nice plays down the field, and then it was the kicking game.
Yeah.
The kicking game was an issue. We had a field goal blocked. There was a muff punt and a missed field goal. So it's ironic that it comes down at the end of the game on the line. Here's Chandler Morris. What's he do? Quick out, a couple big plays down the field, then they set up with under 10 seconds to go. It's executed flawlessly. And they trot out Hudson Clark, who's a defensive back.
Not the kicker.
No, and I think this is the first time he's ever kicked a field goal in high school in a live game. I'm sure he's done it in practice, but in a live game, he comes out, drills the 22-yard game-winning field goal for Highland Park.
Of course he did.
And everybody in the press box is just, stinking Highland Park?
Deflated.
How does Highland Park always do this? It looks like Lone Star's got him on the ropes. They're doing some things well, and they force-feed their wide receiver Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims is a name to watch. Lone Star loves to get the ball to him. And their quarterback, I believe it's Julian Larry, he did an excellent job as well, just with that pass rush, trying to. But those are two teams, very evenly matched game. I think if they were to play 10 times, maybe it might be a 5-5 split.
Wow.
I thought maybe at one point Highland Park would pull away from this one. They didn't.
One of the biggest
was in there all the way.
One of the biggest things.
I mean, we saw him have a 70-yard touchdown run.
Exactly, in one play.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
First
their
game
one
of the season.
touchdown was set up. It was beautifully blocked by Highland Park, and Chandler Morris was able to run it in. But you can also tell watching him play physically, Chandler Morris is the guy.
Yeah,
this is a dude that can play on Saturdays, no doubt about it.
One of the things that I definitely saw in this game, Lone Star had him. You know, they had him all the way up until, as far as moving up and down the field.
3 turnovers,
The tell of the tape is the 3 turnovers.
That's
they
big.
didn't shoot themselves in the cost them big time. When they were trying to advance, those costly turnovers, it did them in. And your guy Prince, man, he had a sack. Was it the sack that turned into an interception that was pretty much sealed the game?
It was a sack by Dorba. Next play, it set up a 3rd down and long, and Larry forces a ball. It gets intercepted. But credit Lone Star. There was a big interception. I think it was by Andrew Bonnet at Highland Park, deep inside Lone Star territory. And you'd think most of the time the Scottish are going to get that football. They're going to punch it in the end zone. Lone Star's defense forces them to a field goal. They blocked the field goal. So it could have been a huge turning point in the game for Highland Park. Lone Star's defense closes the door. Their special teams comes up with a big play. I hope down the road we can see these two teams lined up in the same division in a playoff bracket and see them play in the postseason.
That would be an unbelievable
that would
game.
be unreal.
You look at these two teams in the way that it kind of turned out with the passing games playing such a big role. Finn Corwin, 8 receptions, 135 yards out of the 234 total yards.
Yeah, he was all world last
7 touchdowns.
And he was the one that set up the game-winning field goal with a reception over the middle, in the middle of traffic in order to make that play happen.
And that's the thing about Highland Park is they win any kind of game they can win. Whether it's a high-scoring game you see against Rockwall, then you come out here 10-7 game, they can grind out a victory, game-winning field goal. And credit to this is just the year of the kickers. I think we've had game-winning field goals pretty much every week now. Yep. No one's outdoing my man Caden Davis though 57 yards.
There was a 59-yarder, but it wasn't for the game.
It wasn't for the win. Wasn't for the win.
Exactly right. So
his name's not Caden
we'll talk
Davis.
about that whenever that comes up. Let's kind of go through some of these other games pretty quickly here so we can get to tonight's action. But Mesquite Poteet now 2-1. They've had 3 top-notch opponents. Last night they took on Mansfield Summit, took them down 24-21. You look at the totals there, and Poteet 48-7 over Waxahachie in week 2. And they lost their first matchup in a tight one against Denton Ryan, a game that really Ryan pulled away at the end to make that a 28-14 final score. But watch out for this Mesquite Poteet team. They've got a little bit of spunk, and they've got a momentum to them right now.
And I think it comes down to Seth McGowan, their outstanding running back. You want to know why Mansfield Summit was up in that first half? McGowan didn't play due to a coach's decision. Comes out in the second half, has 153 rushing yards, and all of a sudden it's a different story. Wow, the Pirates.
There it is. That's exactly
what a stud.
it. Zach, while you're at it, McKinney North, Frisco, Wakeland, another good game that was here at the Star last night. What went on there?
Yeah, 17-14. Wakeland gets the win. And I think it came down to right at the end, it was a 4th down and 2 kind of situation for Wakeland, and they stop McKinney North with 5:58 left to go. They go ahead and are able to hold on to win this game. So pretty evenly matched. Cameron Constantine, who was the starting quarterback for McKinney North that I talked about a couple weeks ago, that I got to see him play when they played Highland Park in the postseason. He's kind of moving around. He played some receiver last night a little bit. So McKinney North, now that they're out of district, before they move into district, kind of moving some parts around, figuring out what works, what doesn't. But a very, very close game with Frisco Wakeland. But Frisco, the home team, getting it done with a 17-14 victory.
And that's kind of what you see a little bit more with some of these quarterbacks, especially in the spread offense. You see them go out and play a little bit of wide receiver if they want to. If they're athletic enough, why not? You got another kid who can throw the football. Let's utilize those athleticism or those athletes whenever need be. Another big game, and Eric.
I know.
You're not upset. You're not very happy about this.
I know what you're getting at here. My alma mater.
Grapevine took care of him last night.
Grapevine?
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I'm a Northwest Texan, and yeah, they got it handed to them last night. Grapevine wins 56-21, and it was really a 21-point second quarter for Grapevine that really propelled them to just never looking back. They held the league the entire game.
I know one thing that I heard was defensively.
Grapevine.
There were some great plays.
Oh, absolutely. The man of this week, I can pretty much already lock him in as my star of the week, kind of like I know you want to do at the end of the show. Mm-hmm. My man, Timothy Drysdale. Linebacker for Grapevine. He had 3 picks, 2 of which he returned for touchdowns, one of which, the third one, he returned to the 1-yard line. This dude was an animal. Grapevine picked off Northwest 4 times in the game. He had 3 of them. Again, 2 touchdowns and 1 return to the 1-yard line. So I hope Tim got himself some Whataburger last night, feeling good about himself. And
what do you think he went with, the honey butter chicken biscuit?
Oh, probably 3 of them.
3 of them?
Probably 3 of them for all 3 interceptions he had.
Well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved.
Well deserved, for sure.
Way to go, Tim.
Tim,
props.
Getting the job done is just as we are with the Thursday games. That's your Thursday rundown. There are much more final scores throughout the state of Texas, but those were our games to watch so far. But let's go through our games to watch tonight. We have got some great games on tap again, as usual, inside the state of Texas. Zach, start us off with Allen and Coppell. What we got going on there?
Well, first of all, this has been a game between both these schools that every single year they seem to take each other on, and the last 3 years it's been Allen. Allen's gone ahead and won by double digits, but Coppell's claim to fame right now as they're the last team to knock off the Allen Eagles in the regular season. That came back in 2012, an overtime 27-24 win. Now, I'm a fan of this game, Eric. I know you might be too. Heck, I know you are too. All 3 of us love these games because there's some big boys in the trenches, and that is what will dictate this one. The offensive and defensive lines, when you look at this one, head coach Terry Gamble from Allen knows this is going to be physical. Allen, they've got a pair of big boys on the O-line going to play D1. Ndoma Ogar, I think he's with their offensive tackle going to Oklahoma. Ty Brooks, an SMU commit. They also have Jade Jernigan on the defensive line who's going to Oklahoma State, but you flip it over to Coppell. That offensive line with Trevor Strange going to Kansas State and Jack Lukabaugh, who's 6'5", 265. Some Division I school is going to get a heck of a player there. They're going to go up against Jernigan and company. For Coppell, they're going to have to establish the run. Ryan Hurd had a pretty good game against Allen last year. He's had 302 yards, 5 touchdowns, averaging 9.4 yards a carry to start the season so far. They're going to need him to kind of come in and make things a little bit easier for Drew Corniglia, who's their starting quarterback, and he started off the season. He's a little hit or miss. He's had some good moments, but he's also turned the ball over a little bit. For Allen, we know all about Grant Tisdale. We know all about Theo Weiss. But it's really that – yeah, go ahead, Hekma.
No, I just wanted to say, man, I had an opportunity to just really just sit down and watch these guys.
Yeah.
And from watching a tape on high school football, it seems like everyone is – running the same offense. It's a spread, RPO, whatever you want to call it, right? And Allen does this thing with Theo Weiss and Tillman that I think is exceptional. I'm going to name them the law firm, by the way, Tillman and Weiss. The law firm, Tillman and Weiss. Tisdale, excuse me, thank you. Tisdale and Weiss. These guys are amazing. The thing that wide receiver screen that they run, unstoppable. Unstoppable. He takes that false step, comes back, gets the ball. He's out of there. No one can stop that.
Yeah.
And this guy, he has a lot of Randy Moss to him. What I mean by that is he's going fast, but it doesn't look like it. Everybody else kind of running back.
Yeah, exactly. He's blowing by everybody.
He's blowing by everybody. And I don't see how anyone can stop that defensively, because most of these DBs are giving him all the respect that he deserves in playing him 10, 15 yards off the ball.
Doesn't matter.
It's a bail technique on that side.
Weiss is getting
and I still don't know if Coppell is going to be able to hold him. They've got Jonathan McGill, who's a good Division I defensive back prospect, and I don't know if he's going to want to end up playing more in the middle at safety, if they do lock him up man-to-man with Theo Weiss. Either way, it's going to be tough for Coppell on this one. I just think there's so much offensive firepower. And the thing is, we talked about Andrew Henry, the running back who's going to Texas State for Allen. He hurt himself week 1. He hasn't been back in. Insert Keldon Manning, who should start tonight. On 11 carries a week ago, he had 163 yards and a touchdown.
They don't miss a beat.
It just doesn't take much for this team. Overall, unless Ryan Hurt, who Coach Terry Gamble compared him to Larry Zonka. I know that's a big favorite of yours, Eric.
Love me some Zonk.
Big bruiser, physical running back. Unless they're just able to generate success running the football, shorten this game down, I think Allen's just going to have too much for cup held tonight.
Well, and we got some trench battles in that game, as you mentioned. That's going to be fun, and that's really where the game's probably going to be won and lost. So, Hekma, you want to go ahead and put the Allen Eagles on upset alert, or
No, not ready to do that tonight.
Okay. All right, good.
Flashback to 2012? No?
No, I'm not going to do that tonight. No, sir. No one's going to stop that. And again, I went in that Utah game that they played. They played a lot of 5- and 6-man fronts against that. I was really excited about that. But then I went back to the game against Mesquite Horn and realized that that's why they were playing that, because they're typically a 4-3 defense, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And another big game that we can get to that's already underway, Prosper and Flower Mound. And this is a Flower Mound team that has some definite spunk, 1-1. They've had some tough games early on, but facing up a really good Prosper team. Flower Mound trying to get to the playoffs for the first time in a really long time, I believe. Or did they end their streak last year, or were they close to ending their streak last year? I can't remember.
I think they made it last year.
For what, Prosper?
Okay, no, for Flower Mound.
I thought they got close.
Flower Mound, excuse me, I think they got close and didn't.
I don't think they made it. I think they're trying to break that streak, and this is one of those crucial games that could potentially end up in that happening. Right now, Prosper leading that game 3-0 as we are already underway here.
52 points a game for Prosper's pretty incredible. I don't know that Flower Mound can really hang with them at all.
Keegan Shoemaker running the quarterback position for the Prosper Eagles. He is the real deal. And then you've also got a big-time running back in Wayne Anderson as well.
Don't forget about the big uglies up front, man. Carson Schaefer and Jake Majors for Prosper. Those two guys are massive, and they are studs among the offensive line. They help that running game, and obviously they protect Shoemaker.
Yeah.
Shoemaker, three-year starter. You know, that's experience, and that offense is clicking right now.
Yeah. Denton and Frisco Independence. Zach, what's going on with those two?
Well, Denton and Frisco Independence, it's another interesting match. We've talked about Denton. They've kind of gone through a little bit of a head coaching change. They're 0-2 to start the year versus Frisco Independence, who's 1-1. They're coming off a win over Frisco Memorial, 48-3. Head coach Billy Miller, I think, might have had my favorite quote of the week. And I got this out of the Denton Star-Courier. Quote from Billy Miller. Right now, we've got a whole bunch of pieces lying around. We got a bunch of purple and gold Legos, and our job is to pull those pieces together and make them into a Titan ship. That's what we're looking to do this week.
He's got some kids.
We want our kids to know they have the ability to come together, play good football, and win football games.
Amen, Coach.
Quote of the week from Denton High's Billy Miller.
Let's get Billy on the show.
This one, I'd love to get Billy on the show.
Billy, if you're watching,
this is
call on in.
He's coaching a football game right now. This is going to be a tough game for Denton High. They do have a lot of young players. Landry Kinney, who started as a true freshman for them at quarterback, is a sophomore this season, and he has struggled a little bit early on this year. I think it's going to come down to Xylon Posey, their running back, to really kind of get into this game. The problem is they're playing against a really explosive offense in Frisco Independence. Quarterback Braylon Braxton already just through 2 games, 374 yards, 5 touchdowns. They've got good balance with the run game. Logan Brungard, 239 yards, 5 touchdowns as well. And Denton does not have one of their better defensive backs. Elijah Thibodeau is out tonight. So it's going to be tough for the Broncos.
Any relation to Tom?
No relation to Tom Thibodeau.
That's basketball.
It's going to be tough for the Broncos tonight. To get this one against Frisco Independence. I just think Independence has too much offense.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one definite issue in terms of Denton, and they're going to have to turn things around pretty quickly and get off to a quick start there. One of the best games in terms of names and firepower, Odessa Permian and Southlake. Preview this one, Eric.
Yeah, this is 2 storied teams, 2 storied schools, and this should be a fun one. Southlake is at home. They are already up 7-0 thanks to a TJ McDaniel 56-yard touchdown run.
Oh boy, TJ.
And I think the question really going into this game for Southlake, I have them winning this game because of their offense. Can their defense stop that Permian run? Ed Williams and Justin Hammond at the running back position for Permian. Those guys can really run the football, and Permian's committed to that running game. So Southlake's going to have to stop the run. They're only giving up 13 points a game. So
Southlake is stout.
They are stout.
And
so this is going to be a good test for them.
Trinity quite often, and Trinity runs a similar kind of run. We talked about that with Cedar Hill when they went to play Permian a few weeks ago. That's something that DeSoto, they liked it to, was Euless Trinity, kind of preparing as if it was a Trojans game to face that running attack that the Permian Panthers provide.
And I think that Southlake offense is really starting to click now. We saw that first game of the season, they got off to a slow start against South Grand Prairie, but then ever since that fourth quarter, that first game against SGP, Southlake has just been on a tear offensively, and I think they're really clicking. Bowers at quarterback. That dual threat is so tough to defend. Permian does have some good linebackers, so it'll be fun to see that matchup there, but you can see McDaniel's already got 56-yard touchdown. They're probably going to control that game, but we'll see how it goes. I like Southlake in the matchup, but that's certainly a fun game. I can't wait to talk to Nick about it.
All right, yeah, no, Nick is at that game, and he's definitely having a fun time. I talked to him earlier. He's really excited about it. All right, rapid fire. We've got 7 games left, but we're running out of time before we got to start actually updating some of these. Zach, give us Plano and Rowlett. What's going on?
Well, Plano and Rowlett. Look, Plano last year when they took on Rowlett ran through them like a hot knife through butter. They had over close to 400 yards rushing in that one. And that's something Rowlett, I'm sure they're going to look to try and go ahead and slow down. If they can do so, they've got a chance. But I expect Plano again to run all over the Eagles.
And then Plano East and Saxe. That's another intriguing matchup.
One of the top matchups of the night. I think you got a 2-0 East team against a very good 0-2 Saxe team that's played a very, very tough schedule. That defensive line for Saxe, we talked about Hunter Spears. I know, Eric, he's you're a big fan of him. Bryce Robinson, their linebacker who's committed to Texas. Can they slow down that explosive offense that has a lot of good balance led by Brandon Mallory at quarterback for Plano East?
And then probably my favorite matchup out of all of the matchups. How about Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn? That's a Horn team, 0-2, but they played 2 very close games against 2 really good teams.
Cedar Hill, very explosive. And Mesquite Horn is another team that right now at 0-2 is probably second-guessing the way that they put their season together. They have taken on some really dominant teams their first 2 games. They're another program that in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And so they're stepping to the plate to see if they can kind of do something with Larry Donnell, free safety from Mesquite Horn. These guys are definitely primed and ready to get a victory against Cedar Hill today.
Flower Mound Marcus, Waxahachie, 2 teams trying to really prove themselves, especially Waxahachie after a big-time loss against Poteet last year.
Yeah, 2 1-1 teams. Waxahachie at home. I like them at home there. They're averaging 30 points a game under new coach Todd Alexander, and they do have a stud DB, Damani Richardson, 6'2", 210. The dude's got 4.4 speed, and Waxahachie's going to have to stop the running game for Marcus. Justin Dinka, running back for Marcus, is an absolute stud.
Dinka?
Yeah, Dinka. He's a monster. So I like Waxahachie at home. This should be a fun one.
And then already a game that's been underway since 6 o'clock, Mansfield Legacy and Mansfield. And that's a big-time game. Hekma, I know you were a big Jalen Catalon fan and then also a big fan of Coach Daniel Mayberry at Mansfield. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, right now, I mean, quarterback Hunt Young for the Mansfield Tigers is pretty much, running everything. He has 24 attempted passes, 13 completions. Scores up to date. Okay, thank you. 14 points, 14-0. These guys are pretty much running over the Legacy team.
Yeah, definitely. So we've actually got an update from that game. Mallory Hartley is our reporter there. Mallory, before the game even started, you got a chance to kind of catch up and what's going on?
Hi guys, it's Mallory Hartley here reporting live from Vernon Newsom Stadium, and we have a great matchup tonight between 2 really great teams, the Mansfield Tigers and Mansfield Legacy Broncos. It is still a non-district game, but it is Mansfield's homecoming, and it should be really exciting. Mansfield is looking to break their 2-game losing streak this season, as they have not won a game yet. Some players to watch for the Mansfield Legacy team, quarterback Cam Clark. He has passed for over 258 yards with 1 touchdown this season, and Caleb King, who has rushed for over 268 yards with 4 touchdowns. As you can see behind me, Mansfield is getting geared up and ready to go, getting hyped up for the game. Kickoff will be at 6 o'clock. It was changed from 7:30 due to some weather. Please tune in throughout the rest of the game for some more updates.
Yeah, we've got some other updates that we'll go to with Mallory. That was a pregame update.
All right, Mallory.
She's setting the stage, getting it
Bring
ready.
in the juice tonight.
Bring in the juice. And you know who else was bringing the juice? Let's take a look at that first touchdown from Mansfield. Mansfield able to get on the board with a big-time run just inside the
Josh
goal line.
Littleberry.
Yeah, Littleberry just kind of pummels through everyone in order to get in. Big-time.
Big touchdown for
And he's not
Littleberry
little.
right there. I love it.
No,
That's a big
not
time
at all.
touchdown by a big time kid right there.
Oh, man.
It's
2
an
more games.
More on Littleberry over.
Yeah, exactly.
Off right tackle, bump. He's in the end.
2 more games to get to. Eric, please.
I got you.
Tell us about South Grand Prairie and Lancaster.
Yeah, Lancaster at home. They're 0-1. They still got a bad taste in their mouths from that first week loss against Duncanville, where they didn't really do much of anything in that game. South Grand Prairie is also looking for their first win of the season. But Rod Hudson III, he's a nice dual threat quarterback option for Lancaster. And South Grand Prairie's got a lot of speed on defense, led by my guy Miles Jernigan, who I'll tell you more about here in just a little bit. But I like Lancaster at home. I think Rod Hudson III gets them off the schneid, that dual threat quarterback.
And then Wiley, Jesuit, our final highlighted matchup of the day.
Yeah, 2 teams, again, both teams looking for their first win of the season. I think this is the night where E.J. Smith really gets going. Last week he didn't get much of an opportunity with the weather issues. First game of the season, only 82 rushing yards. I think Jesuit's really depending on him to be a stud for them and really control the clock and keep that poor defense of Jesuit off the field. Also, Schumann, man, this guy's a stud. Already has 4 touchdowns, their quarterback.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
Awesome.
I just think Jesuit's finally going to get that first win, head into district feeling good.
Yeah, definitely. So that's
I was just going to say about E.J. Smith, man, this is a kid that I think last week we were saying that he was at receiver, then they moved him into running back. This guy's everywhere. I mean, he probably plays defense as well.
Hey, it's non-district, right? So we're just going to go ahead and put
Feeling it out.
a bunch of Lego pieces out there, as Coach Miller would say. So we're just trying to figure out which Lego pieces can come together to give us the best chance in district play.
But would we agree that E.J. Smith is a running back?
E.J. Smith needs
no question.
needs to play running back.
Feed that man.
At all.
Feed that man.
Feed it.
Keep that
Definitely
defense
so.
off the field, Jesuit.
Well, there's our 30-minute rundown of what's going on with both of Thursday night games and tonight's game. We're going to take a quick break, but leading you into the break, how about let's get pumped up a little bit. Coppell Cowboys looking to pull the upset against the Allen Eagles straight from the laptop cam. Friday Night Stars will be back here in just a moment.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh and you can taste it.
Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer. Not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room. And gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
All the games have kicked off in the North Texas area as high school football is back here on Friday night. Friday Night Stars bringing you all the scores and updates and even analysis.
Oh, analysis!
Analysis, whatever
Best
we
in the
need
business.
it.
Thanks to Hekma Harrison.
Oh, yeah. Best in the biz.
I mean, I don't think we'd have anything.
Yeah, we're live from the SWBC Mortgage Studios at the Ford Center, at the Star, the Dallas Cowboys headquarters. There's everything around here. We are Whataburger Friday Night Stars. Boys, we've got some predictions to get to. We kind of ran long in that first segment because we had so much analysis on the games that were happening today.
So much juicy content.
Oh, it was all over the place. But Frisco Reedy at Lake Dallas. This is a big-time game. And, Hekma, I'm going to start with you because I know you really like that Lake Dallas quarterback.
I do. I like the Lake Dallas team. I mean, these guys have a defense that has two brothers on it. One of the brothers, I want to get to their names here. I have Daryl and Kobe Minor. Daryl is the linebacker. Kobe is a free safety. And let me tell you, Kobe Minor, this kid is a lot like your guy Mansfield. He's all a ball hawk, making tackles. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So remember,
well, the Minor brothers are giving up 460 yards per game.
Hey! Right now, I'm just going to tell you about some of the plays that I've seen from this. You see how he does? Do you see this? Do something about him.
Okay, Hekma, here's the deal. Eric has a mind of his own.
Is that what it is?
And I know that
you guys share your minds.
It appears, yeah. We Hekma and I are kind of one.
Gotcha.
Wow. You and I
didn't know that, did you?
Eric,
I was unaware.
Likes to kind of drift a little bit, so you've got to rein in.
You
got to know.
Thank you.
You got to kind of know.
My apologies, guys.
He's going to be very aggressive and cut into your points. What you need to do is just stand your ground and fight.
Now you see, he was asking me about my Thunder earlier today on the show, asking me about who my players to watch were. What did I tell him?
You shut it down.
Thank you.
Wow.
So
you shut it down because you're worried about.
I'm not going to say anything about RJ Mickens, guys. I told you I wouldn't. I was going to leave his name completely out of my mouth. All right.
It's this guy.
I think we're about to have some real tense conflict.
He is terrible.
All right, sell me on this Lake Dallas defense.
Lake Dallas.
So Lake Dallas, I'm telling you, even though they're a little down right now, 14-7, gave up 14.
Don't tell the score, Hekma. This is a prediction segment.
So I'm going with Lake Dallas in this game either way.
Even though they're losing, okay.
Even though they're losing, I got them 14. I got them winning.
I can't adjust my pick based on the score. I also went with Lake Dallas because I'm a big fan of the quarterback Ryan Depperschmidt. He's thrown for 484 yards. He's rushed for 133. He's accounted for 9 total touchdowns.
Dual threat
has been awesome. And Lake Dallas coming into this one, they liked their matchups with their receivers going up against this Frisco Reedy secondary. I know Reedy's also got a lot of talent. I mean, this is a de facto really district championship game. These are the two best teams in that district. They're playing week one of the earliest districts to get into district play. I mean, this is really a big-time matchup. Both these coaches know this is going to go a long way to possibly getting that top seed in the playoffs.
Definitely.
We got to monitor this one throughout, Kyle. I want
this is going to be a good one.
Constant updates. But I went with Lake Dallas too, but Reedy early on seems like they're getting the best of that matchup.
All right, Mr. Steal Your Thunder.
Yeah, I like Reedy in this game because of their defense. They only give up 19 points per game. They got
totally
a guy.
Had Lake Dallas until 30 seconds.
Matthew Hoots, defensive end for Frisco Reedy, 2 sacks last week, 2 block punts, and a safety, and he hit the quarterback twice. The dude was all over the field. And when you actually have a defense in a game, that bodes well for victory. So give me Reedy.
Okay.
On the road.
I also took Lake Dallas, and I think they will come back from this deficit early on.
Lake Dallas, I hope you win because I don't want Eric to look like he is smart at all.
Yeah.
He's not an intelligent
That's a big time
human.
one.
I already look smart enough.
The glasses help.
That's okay. Garland, Naaman Forest, and Northwest Eaton. Eric, start us off.
Yeah, I like Eaton at home. They're averaging 30 points a game, only giving up 7 points per game defensively. And Dawson Pell at running back. They have Titus Swen, who plays running back and receiver, who's a stud, and he was their starter last year. But now they got Dawson Pell at running back, who's averaging almost 9 yards per carry. This dude's a stud. And Naaman Forest, I mean, they've scored 2 touchdowns in 2 games, 130 yards a game. Yeah. They're not very good. So I like Eaton at home pretty big.
Yeah, I love that combination. Titus Swen is a guy that I got to see 2 years ago live in person, and I knew immediately that kid is going to be a stud. I'll highlight him a little bit later in the show. That is what we in the biz like to call a tease. Titus Swen. We'll hear more for you in just a moment.
It was okay.
And you already talked about Dawson Pell since you're over here cheating off my notes, but that is an outstanding 1-2 punch. And both of them can play receiver. I think Eaton's got too much for this Naaman Forest team, although that Naaman Forest bunch coming in at 0-2, a little bit of a disappointing start. They won 8 games last year. 8 players returning on both sides of the football. I think that Naaman Forest bunch expected a lot more of themselves coming into this season.
Look, I like Swin too. I got a chance to look at Eaton, and but here's the thing, guys. I told my wife I was predicting this game, and my wife went to Naaman Forest. And she said, yeah, do it if you want to.
Lineage.
Okay. Yeah. So she said, do it if you want to. So I got to take Naaman Forest.
You're not trying to sleep on the couch tonight.
Hard decision.
You guys aren't married, so you don't know what that's
fair.
like.
That's true. That's fair.
So
you're going to be the only one that picks Naaman Forest because I'm going with Eaton. I'm also going to start off our next one with Hebron and Fossil Ridge. I'm going to go with Hebron here. I think Hebron gets the job done on the road. I think it's a big-time win.
Now, I'm going to go with Fossil Ridge, man. Fossil Ridge is a team that is playing some monster defense. They are. They definitely are. So, I mean.
They shut down Ryan last week. And for Hebron, for me, it's all about Trajan Bridges, right? I mean, this dude's doing it at running back. He's doing it at receiver. Another outstanding Oklahoma commit from this area. When you have Bridges and Theo Weiss both going to OU, they're doing something right. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. But on the other side, Fossil Ridge also has an excellent wide receiver in Jalen Hurst, who has just under 300 yards through the first couple of games, also a touchdown. He's got offers from Tech, Arizona State, Georgia. Should test that Hebron secondary, but I'm going to go with Hebron. I think they're a more well-rounded football team. The thing that could skip up the Hawks in this one is special teams. Special teams has been an issue for them, even dating back to their first game against Plano. It's been an issue for Plano too. So if there's some special teams, field goals, things like that, Fossil Ridge probably has the edge in that department.
Yeah, I got Fossil Ridge at home. They really impressed me last week against Ryan. That is a really, really tough Ryan defense.
It's a really bad Ryan offense right now.
That's fair. That's fair. And Hebron's got a good offense. So when you talk about the change in matchups from last week going up against a really bad offense in Denton Ryan, now Fossil Ridge is going up against a Hebron offense that can really score some points. It is a good test. But I like Fossil Ridge at home.
Fossil Ridge at home. So 2-2 there, a little split action. We've also got Trophy Club, Byron Nelson, and the Colony. Hekma, start us off.
I'm going Colony all the way on this game. I just believe that's too tough for them.
Yeah, I think their offensive firepower also lethal. When you look at Mikey Harrington, their quarterback, already 6 touchdown passes, just under 450 yards thrown through the air. The Colony's got a lot. You look at that 2 wide receivers. They've got Calvin Wiggins and then Keith Miller. That's who it was that made Sports Center top 10 last week. Everybody knows who Keith Miller is. Miles Price and Keith Miller. 2 big-time receivers on the edge for the Colony. I think they got too much for Byron Nelson.
Yeah, same here. I like the Colony at home. Both of these teams are giving up over 500 yards of offense, so defensively they're struggling, and both offenses can put up points. But as you said, I think the firepower for the Colony is really what puts them over the edge with Harrington and Miles Price at receiver, and Jaden Abdallah almost 8 yards a carry at the running back position.
They've got a lot of good balance.
Yeah,
good call
so I'll take the Colony.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go into our players to watch in Week 3, and we had a couple that we talked about both in Week 1 and 2. I know this week is definitely special, though, because these aren't necessarily the guys that you think of first. These are some of those underdog guys, like you said last week, Hekma.
My diamonds.
Your diamonds, baby. Let's go through some of those diamonds that you have working out. Hekma, start us off.
I got a guy in South Carroll. God, I forgot my guy.
It is South Lake.
That's South Lake.
South Lake Carroll.
Thank you so much.
You were close. It's okay.
You definitely had a blank right there. Yeah, so RJ Mickens, because my guy here pretty much threw my tees out that I had yesterday.
You got to pretend. Don't acknowledge it because he's going to feed off of that.
Yeah,
so what you need to do is
But I want to feed off into it because I'm going to lead him down another way. You'll see.
Okay.
So RJ Mickens is a guy that I'm telling you, junior, has a good lineage. Dad played in the league. Ray Mickens, anyone know? You guys are old enough to know who Ray Mickens is?
Oh, he was an absolute baller.
Yeah, so he has a son. He has a baby that plays he's a lockdown.
Not much of a baby.
Not much of a baby. 6 foot, 187, 3-star. Hadn't committed to anyone yet, but this guy's going to go big time for sure. Last week against Cam Brown, he had a knockout game. Everybody in the state was looking forward to that matchup because both of these guys are definitely high on everybody's list.
Yeah, and they put him in on offense a little bit too. They'll put him in at receiver. They'll try to get as much out of him as they can. I know they did against South Grand Prairie Week 1. You know, they'll move him around a little bit.
But South Lake is a team that has a ton of athletes. I mean, when you talk about, when you just say player to watch, I mean, I pick RJ Mickens out of a barrel of definite athletes on that team.
Absolutely.
No,
and they're still up 7-0 right now on Permian, just so everybody's aware.
Wow.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, who's your player to watch, Zach?
I teased it just a little bit ago. Titus Swen, the running back from Northwest Eaton. Also now he's starting to play a little bit of wide receiver, and I think that's good for him. Add that versatility. 5'10", 205. This is a guy, though, that he's got a lot of quickness and speed to him.
But he looks like a running back.
When you watch, he's a running back.
Yeah.
When you watch him play, he runs with violent intentions. That was the first thing that stuck out. This dude runs behind his pads. He's got really good balance, good center of gravity, and he finishes runs. I mean, the thing that I love most about Ezekiel Elliott is we're here at the Fort Center of the Star. When do you ever see Zeke get tackled and he falls backwards? He's always falling forward. Titus Swen, very, very physical runner. One of those guys does a really good job getting skinny in the hole, but he's got good vision. That's the thing. And sometimes that offensive line, they don't do a whole lot for him. This is a guy that'll cut it back, make a play out of nothing. He's got a great vertical. He'll leap over dudes. He's a walking highlight reel. You got to get the football in his hands any way he can. I love Titus Swen.
I do too, man. I think when I saw this kid, man, he looks like a running back. When he's thick legs, got that big old neck, he looks like a running back.
I don't know if you can tell, but I love running backs. There's something about them. I just love running backs, and especially guys that just play without fear. And this dude plays without fear, and he plays with a passion.
He never is west and east. It's always north and south.
It is no nonsense running.
And he's so fast, too. I mean, you combine all that, the power and the intensity that he brings to the table, he is also lightning fast. When you turn on the tape of him, he's one of the fastest guys I've seen.
And he's one of those kids that you see him in person, you're like, man, that kid's special. You know, when I saw him play as a true sophomore 2 years ago, and you could just tell then, man, this kid – it looks like the best player on the football
field. But he
field.
Plays bigger than 205.
No, he does.
He doesn't look 205.
No,
it looks 220 to me.
He doesn't look 5'10 either.
No.
He plays big.
Yeah.
And with that being said, you're a Northwest guy. And now he took your guy. He took your player to watch.
That's a rival school of his now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they were actually rival or not. Okay.
Technically, Eaton's like in my parents' backyard.
Well, with that being said, who is your player to watch?
My player to watch, let's go to South Grand Prairie, gentlemen. They got an outside linebacker. Okay, Miles Jernigan. This dude is an absolute stud. Now, he's a late riser on the recruiting trail, but he just committed about 2 weeks ago to Cal. So he's going to be a Cal Bear next fall. And this dude, he's long, man. He's 6'3", 210 pounds. And they asked him to do quite a bit. He's that 3-4 outside linebacker. If you're going to play that position, you got to be a versatile guy because you're going to be playing in space, playing on the line of scrimmage, having to set the edge in the run game, having to get after the passer, and playing coverage. Like, you're doing a little bit of everything at this position. This guy really excels in all facets of the game on the defensive side of the ball. If you're a slot receiver and you're going to try to block this guy, you have absolutely zero chance. I'm telling you now. This dude, he's unblockable by receivers.
Don't even try.
Really don't even try, sure. I'm not going to promote quitting here, but yeah, this is a guy you might as well not even try. But also, setting the edge. It's not just the receivers that can't block him. Setting the edge on the defensive line, those offensive tackles, they struggle with him because of his quickness. He's so explosive, he's so quick, and he's so long. He can disengage and get off blocks so well. The other thing about him, you turn on the tape against South Lake Carroll, that first game of the season, the dude smacks people. Right. Now, he doesn't wrap up all the time, and that's sort of a coaching point that he needs to work on a little bit. He just throws a shoulder into you. 9 times out of 10,
trying to knock you out.
He's a thumper, dude.
Yeah, and 9 times out of 10, you're going backwards. I saw TJ McDaniel's helmet get flown off in that game a couple of times, and it was all because of number 6, Miles Jernigan. The dude is a baller, and he passed up Kyle Youmans. He passed up your Baylor Bears. He passed up Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, Houston. This guy had some offers. Again, he was a late riser, but now people are pretty excited about him.
He's one of those dudes, when he hits you, it's a remember me shot.
Oh my God.
Every time.
Now, Jernigan is also a kid. When I saw him, I was like, man, if he just put his hand in the ground and you put him, and because he's the best they have, they move him around a lot.
Yeah.
You see him at outside. I mean, he's kind of like my guy Pittman. Exactly.
He really plays all over the place.
Exactly. I mean, but you think about the next level, he's definitely going to be a kid, put on 40 pounds of muscle.
Oh, he's got the body.
He's going to put his hand in the ground and he's going to fly off that edge. Nobody's going to be able to stop him.
And that's a dude, like, I don't love focusing on measurables, but his height, weight, speed is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Well, one guy that I have highlighted.
But you got a guy?
I do have a guy.
Are you allowed to have a guy?
But I did it anyway.
On Youmans having a guy.
I don't know, but I did it anyways, boys.
This better be good.
Sign.
Who?
Lewis Sign, out of Trinity Christian School, which is in Cedar Hill.
Yeah.
4-star safety, 6'2", 180, and this boy can play.
He's being coached up by Prime himself.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right, and he's going to play just like that. Listen to this list of schools that he's been offered from: Michigan, Penn State, Texas, Georgia, Alabama.
All world.
Anywhere he wants to go.
He's uncommitted right now.
Sounds like Prince Dorba.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the crystal ball predictions: Penn State, Georgia, right there, at least according to 24/7 Sports. So 4-star guy. This guy can play all over the secondary. He's a ball hawk type guy. The first thing I thought was Earl Thomas whenever I saw this man.
Wow, that's high praise.
Big dude. Big time dude.
Center fielder kind of guy.
He's a little bit skinnier. He's not as wide as
Well, he's 6'3". He's also way taller.
Very tall.
Very
tall. Exactly. So
that's very big for a safety.
Yeah, it is. But he plays well. 6'2", and he can definitely play the position. So we're almost done through hour 1 here of Whataburger Friday Night Stars, Week 3 edition. And when we come back, it's time to start giving those updates. All the games have kicked off by now.
There's a lot cooking.
A lot of updates.
South Lake may or may not be up 10-0 right now on Permian.
We'll talk about that coming up here in just a moment. We'll run through the top games and 6A here in a little bit. Whataburger Friday Night Stars will return in a moment.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
Shoots, and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it.
Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Plenty of games going on around the area here up in North Texas. Whataburger Friday Night Stars entering into hour 2, and this is the hour where we start giving updates from around all of Texas high school football. Kyle Youmans, Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo with you here from the Ford Center and the Star in Frisco as we bring you the headquarters for Friday Night Lights. It's Friday Night Stars. Boys, we've got some lightning delays
No.
Yeah.
Not
yes, we do. Another one.
This is becoming way too trendy.
It is becoming way too trendy, and so there's some pretty good games that are being delayed currently. Prosper and Flower Mound.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's under delay currently, and then our boy Jackson Donovan has given me note that Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn has been delayed as well. So 2 games that we know of. We're looking up for weather delays here in week 3. Some other games that have been delayed. We've got Samuel at Seagoville, Richland, Rockwall Heath, Pierce at McKinney, Timber Creek, West Mesquite, Plano, Rowlett, another one of our highlighted matchups.
That's weather delayed?
It is weather
delayed.
delayed.
Man, I'm never going to get Coach Kelton Reed on.
Nope.
Every single week we've got an issue. Last week their game didn't finish till like 1 a.m. We're trying to get we're off at 11.
Yep.
Well, here we are now, another rain delay. We're not going to get the Plano coach.
Well,
on.
let's go through some of those other ones. Plano East and Saxe, Wiley East, Jesuit, Commerce, Nevada County. We've also got Denton Braswell at Frisco, Manola, Farmersville, North Forney, Conrad, Hillcrest, Roosevelt, Adamson, South Grand Prairie at Lancaster, and Garland, Lakeview, Centennial, and Richardson, Berkner are all delayed right now. We'll continue updating those as we see them. In terms of the games that are going on right now, there's a game that I know for sure has not been delayed, and that's at the Ford Center just across the hallway from us. And let's take a quick look at what happened just a couple moments ago. It'll give us a good idea of what happened in that ball game as we wipe across to the right. And wow, look at Red Oak and Frisco Heritage. Red Oak putting the hurt on Heritage as really we've got 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Of course, this was recorded moments ago, but Heritage trying to drive, get something going right now. Look at the screen pass on the slot, and he's taken down at the 45. But overall, Red Oak looking pretty good, boys.
Yeah, and Red Oak's a team that struggled in recent years, but they seem to be back, and they're on their way to winning a big game here at the Star tonight.
Yeah, Red Oak currently leading that one 27-0.
They got awesome helmets, Red Oak, man.
Red Oak is in the white.
Yeah, Red Oak is in the white.
Okay, I like their uniforms overall. I think
their helmets are awesome. They look like Oregon's a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with the wings on the side.
Yeah,
you like
the
that
chrome,
look?
the chrome wings on the
fast,
side.
Right?
Yeah,
that's a 2-0. That's a 2-0 Red Oak team. They took down Denton Braswell 27-7. Yeah, there's a good look at those helmets. That is cool. I like the chrome look on the outside. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, they look
27-7 over Denton Braswell in week 1. Week 2 is a 19-7 win over Princeton. So, like you said, Zach, that's a Red Oak team that's hoping to be back, and they're putting up big numbers against Frisco Heritage right now. However, Red Oak does face South Oak Cliff coming up next weekend.
So big game against South.
That might be one of our highlighted games.
Maybe.
We'll have to see.
I think Red Oak is a team that Coach Quintero from Colleyville Heritage went over, and he's the head coach of that team.
He's done a great job of turning them around.
Absolutely.
That's a good nugget right there, Hekma.
Full of them.
We couldn't do it without him. We couldn't do it without him.
Oh, man. Bring in the heat.
Okay. All right.
I like it.
Being serious.
Yeah, I can tell. Let's be serious right now. And Zach, let's run down those 6A scores of the games that are going on right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we talked about Mansfield and Mansfield Legacy. Mansfield's still up in that one, 14-0. Lake Ridge and Timberview. That's a game that I know, Hekma, you wanted to get into a little bit. And Lake Ridge currently up 22-19.
I came in high on the Timberview Wolves, one, because I like their coach's name, James Brown, not to be confused with the Godfather. So,
JB.
However, down 19-22. And the really intriguing thing about these Wolves, man, is that they have a running back by committee. They have 4 guys that they go to. Right now, their leading rusher is a kid by the name of Najee Ellis. Wow. He was a former junior varsity star, moved up to varsity, and now he is having a pretty good go of it now on varsity, but still, they're down 22-19.
Allen and Capel, this one hasn't taken long, already almost at halftime, 21-0. Allen all over Capel.
The law firm.
Grant Robinson started off with a 29-yard touchdown run. That was followed up with Keldon Manning. Just keeps doing it. Give that man an opportunity. He keeps getting it done. 29-yarder for him. And then just moments ago, Grant Tisdale took it in himself with a 5-yard touchdown carry. So Theo Weiss
still off the board.
Has yet to find the end zone. He might have a catch, but he has not found the end zone just yet. But Allen really taking it to Capel. 17-0. Now, we talked about this game's at a rain delay, but 17-0. Prosper is leading Flower Mound. Northwest Eaton we feel good about Titus Swen. We feel good about Mr. Pell. They're up 13-0 on Garland, Naaman Forest at halftime. That Hebron Fossil Ridge game, that was a split for our pick'ems. Keller Fossil Ridge just kicked a field goal. I talked about maybe some special teams issues. They seem to be doing a good job there, 7-6.
It's a tight one.
They're down right now by 1 on Hebron, but it's a close game. Irving Nimitz up 37-0 on Carrollton Creekview. We got Little Elm up 24-7 on Keller Central.
And I do want to backtrack just very quickly here.
Back it up.
You were talking about that last score from Allen. Who was it that ran that one?
It was Grant Tisdale.
Grant Tisdale. Let's take a look at it. We've got a live look at this one in terms of the laptop cam right there. Look at this, just barreling through on the far side. Got to see from that angle, but actually Pickle was able to get that, made it 21-0 in favor of Allen on the road. Look at the crowd, though, for
It's a packed stadium. That's exactly what I thought, too.
Yeah.
Really good crowd. You know it's going to be. Maybe they got the hopes of knocking off Allen, but I think a lot of people also go check out the #1 team in the state of Texas. Why not? Other scores in 6A, Kimball is up 6-0 on Irving. Mesquite up on Plano West 3-0. Plano West is about to come on 2 years. If they don't win tonight, next week, I think their last win was September 22nd of 2016.
That's depressing.
It's been a while for the Plano West Wolves. South Lake Carroll, Eric, I know you're keeping close tabs on this, 10-0. They're currently up on Odessa Permian. Saxe, Plano East, currently not underway. J.J. Pearson, McKinney, another close contest there. That game's tied at 7. We featured Trophy Club Byron Nelson and the Colony. I think we all unanimously picked the Colony to win that one. Yeah, they're up 22-10. Right now, that offense is everything we thought it would be and more. So a big showing there by the Cougars. And I think that's also a team that plays pretty well at home. So the Colony doing a good job of holding serve there as I go ahead and there we go. Finally, we got these updating things on the fly. It's like refresh. Den Geyer, the Wildcats are back in action. They're in search of their first win of the year. 22-7. They're up on North Crowley. Flower Mound Marcus and Waxahachie, another game we talked about. That game's tied at 7. So a really good one. I think Dink is playing well for the Marauders there. LD Bell also looking for their first win of the year. They're up 10-3 on Irving MacArthur. Keller up 15-0 on Grand Prairie. Lake Highlands is up 7-6 on Holtham. And those are really winding down. We actually just had a touchdown from Jesuit, 7-0.
Wow.
Jesuit is up on Wiley. So the action starting to pop in. We got some games nearing the half, other games waiting to kick off.
And you mentioned that game against Marcus, Flower Mound Marcus and Waxahachie. We've got to look at the Marauders touchdown in order to make that a 7-7 ball game, as really it comes from this near sideline. They were really knocking on the door. You see him at the 9 or about the 7-yard line there. Look at this. Back behind the line of scrimmage. There's a quarterback right there, number 13, pops up and finds his man in the back of the end zone. Traffic there. Touchdown. Good. And that's a 7-7 ball game on the road. Another good crowd. Guys,
I tell you, I got to say this. I have a cousin that plays for Flower Mound Marcus.
Okay.
Evan Green, grandson of Joe Green, plays for Flower Mound Marcus.
Oh, wow. What position? Is he a defensive lineman?
No, he's a wide receiver.
Why did you say that?
He didn't get the genes. He did.
Hey, there's something wrong with that. He's scoring touchdowns.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Come on, Evan.
I like to score touchdowns. So there's your 6A round table in terms of what's going on with those games as well. A lot of really intriguing matchups that are not necessarily working out the way that we thought. For instance, Allen and Coppell. Is that a case of, and I've heard a lot of people doubting Coppell, even though they had the big win against Saxe. They ended up winning their game last week as well. But this is a Coppell team that's kind of being doubted right now. And is this a case of Coppell not being as good or Allen just being overpowering?
Well, it's always a case of Allen.
Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry.
What's
have you not seen these guys?
I think Hekma learned his lesson.
I did. I did.
Hekma's thinking Mesquite Horn's got a chance against the Eagles.
No.
And my goodness gracious, 40-0 later,
Yep.
he's never, ever picking against the Allen Eagles in his life.
You know, what I had to do was actually sit down and watch these guys.
That's all it took.
The thing is, too, as much as we talk about how explosive they are on offense, they have a great defensive bunch, guys. These guys play sound. Like I said, last week when they were playing against Utah, I saw them playing a bunch of 5- and 6-man fronts. I got excited. I was like, oh, my God. We have the Bears 44 defense now in high school football? No, that's just what they were playing for, a run team. But they are sound up front, and I really like their defense as well.
It seems like penalties cost Coppell in that first half, 4 penalties and a turnover as well, but really Allen's offense is just
unstoppable.
A well-oiled machine. 11 first downs compared to just Coppell's 3. Clearly their defense is living on the field, and you look at total yardage, 260 yards of offense in that first half for Allen compared to just 83 for Coppell. 187 of those were on the ground. For Allen. So an outstanding first half running the football for Allen. I mean, you even saw Tisdale started this one off 7 of 9, 72 yards, so he's in rhythm. And the passing attack for Drew Corniglia. When we also said Ryan Hurt's going to have to be a big factor for Coppell. They're going to have to come out. They're going to have to get that run game going. 10 carries, 36 yards. Now all of a sudden you're down 21 points at half.
It's tough,
There goes your running game.
And you can't shoot yourselves in the foot. 4 penalties and a turnover in the first half. You're not going to beat a team like Allen doing that thing. I mean, you have to play and pretty much a perfect game
you do.
in order to even hang around, let alone win.
You know, we've had this conversation, Wolchuk, about offenses and both of us being more traditional style guys. And so I do not understand for the life of me why defenses don't press these guys. Now, it's the risk you take, but what do you have to lose? I mean, because if you give Weiss a 15-yard cushion, he's going to run right by you. And so I just feel like if the time comes and they go against the defense, maybe not in North Texas, but a team in Houston or West Texas, East Texas, that has the personnel to press these guys, it may be different.
Absolutely. And that's the last time they lost. I mean, in the playoffs, you'll see maybe – you're talking regional round, area semifinal, or excuse me, not area, but the semifinal round where they're playing against an Austin Westlake.
Exactly.
Or a team like that. That's where they've got their best chance. You also have to find a creative head coach and defensive coordinator that's willing to adapt and change their screen a little bit, maybe move some players into other positions. I know a lot of teams, and it's weird because the Plano schools are married to Allen, right? And it doesn't matter what realignment's going to do. You know you're going to have the 3 Plano schools and you're going to have Allen. And being a Plano alum, one of the things that was most frustrating is you'll get defensive staffs that are stuck in their way, and they're going to play their base 3-4. They're going to play their base 4-3, and you cannot go out there and have linebackers. Not everybody has a Pittman like Frisco Lone Star does. You can't have your linebackers covering Theo Weiss in the slot. You are asking to get burned, and so many teams across the state will not adapt when they play Allen.
Yeah, and you have to, and like I said, you have to have the personnel, one, to be able to keep up with it, but you have to be willing to go to a cover 1, cover 3 to get in areas. Now, no one in the state of Texas is going to be able to stay with Weiss by themselves, okay? But at least give a guy some safety over the top, help for Weiss, please. Let's not play a bail technique and then let the guy run by you and then say, okay, hey, we'll get back out there and get him next time. No, you won't. No, you won't.
It's so tough to do because we talked about Keldon Manning, and he's taken over that starting running back job for Andrew Henry. If it's not Theo Weiss, they've got their 3rd or 4th receiver on the depth chart that'll do it to you.
And also, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but Fossil Ridge, that's why I'm high on them. When they played Denton Ryan last week, now we say that Denton Ryan's quarterback looked bad last week. Hey, it was a lot of the defense that Fossil Ridge was playing against them that made them look pedestrian.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. You look at the defenses and how they match up. It's a little bit bigger of a really a factor in some of these games than normally thought going into it, because seeing it differently can definitely throw a team off. One of those teams that may be thrown off right now is Mansfield Legacy. They're trailing currently 14-0 against the Mansfield Tigers. Coach Daniel Mayberry and company looking for their first win of 2018. We've got Mallory Hartley on the scene. Mallory, what's going on at the end of the third quarter heading into the fourth?
Hey guys, it's Mallory here again reporting live from Vernon Newsom Stadium, where the score still remains 14-0. Mansfield is ahead at the end of the third quarter. Nothing really big to report. We do have one injury to report. Number 1 from Mansfield Legacy was hurt earlier in the second quarter, but he came back early on in the third quarter, but then he did get injured once again. I have not heard any other reports on him. having number 13 from Mansfield, who was hurt also earlier in the second quarter, still has not come back to play, so he may be out towards the rest of the game. I will let you know how they are both doing towards the end, or at the end of the game, when we come back with a final report of the game.
Yeah, Mallory, a lot of her first game with us here.
It is her first game
on Friday Night Stars. I'm sure she's a little bit nervous, and we appreciate what
she's
Mallory's
doing a great job.
She's
No doubt. In the injury report, that's a big time injury because right now,
big news.
Mansfield needs to score. And that's not working right now. However, Legacy is driving against Mansfield. There's 7-11 left in the fourth quarter since we got that report in, and it's still 14-0. Like she said, there's not a lot to report here, at least through the third quarter, because the first two quarters were dominated by Mansfield, and at the end of the third quarter is the same story.
Which was a little surprising for me because I really thought Legacy kind of figured it out. They got a big win last week. Their first game without Catalan. Their offense was pretty successful.
I was pretty surprised about that, though, last week.
Yes.
You know? See, Legacy still has a ton of talent. I mean, they got D1 players littered across that defense. Enoch Jackson comes to mind. They're outstanding defensive linemen. So I thought when you look at Mansfield, who I picked to win last week, I didn't think they'd go 0-2, and they are. So 0-3, I guess maybe it's the same kind of thinking there. They're too good of a program to start the season 0-3, but rivalry game, those teams know each other well. I just thought Legacy, top to bottom, had a better roster.
Yeah, and right now it's not looking like that.
Well, and it was only a matter of time before that injury to Jalen Catalan started to catch up to him.
I thought when it would be come playoffs. I didn't think it would really be an issue in the regular season.
Yeah, you look at the stats right now, and look at the rushing yards for Mansfield compared to Mansfield Legacy.
Littleberry.
Yeah. He's
Littleberry ain't so little, and Legacy just tacked on a touchdown. We just had
Legacy just now scored. Okay,
Legacy just now scored. It's 14-7.
Got ourselves
late
a game,
in
boys.
that fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's a one-score game now as we continue to monitor that one. That one, of course, started at 6 o'clock, so it'll end before really any of the other games end up going final.
Which is good. We can get Mallory on and ask her
Mallory,
about that one.
Yeah, she'll be great.
And this is homecoming, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, she said that. She said there's mums all in the crowd.
That's what. Hey, that was my next thing. I just want to know, did the mums get any bigger this year?
Oh, they did.
Every year
Can they get bigger?
Yes.
Not only are the mums getting bigger, the garters are getting bigger.
Oh,
Did you
that's
guys
a
have to
shame.
walk around with a garter?
Oh, I've been that guy before.
Oh my
I've definitely been that guy.
I did not wear it to the game.
Heck, man, did they do mums and garters, back in the Dizzy?
No.
No mums, no garters. You never had that thing hanging from your arm.
Well, now it's like the guys.
The guys wear garters.
So yes, you got it.
It's like a little. It's a little version of the mum.
It's a mini
It's
mum.
not a mum.
No,
It's
you're not
like
wearing.
It's a mini mum.
And it's not the kind of garter you're thinking of at the wedding.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not on your leg.
I
Then your
saw
buddy
his
comes and
face.
takes it off of you and throws it. It's a great time.
No. It's not.
That's not a homecoming tradition I want to be a part of.
You know,
that makes one of us.
Last night at Frisco Lone Star in Highland Park, Lone Star had their homecoming.
That's early homecomings, I feel like.
It's really,
There's some in week 2 as well.
And shouldn't it be? I mean, don't you kind of want a cupcake homecoming game? Don't you want a game where, like, most likely, we're probably going to win this one?
We're trying to win.
That's one of the reasons why, I don't know why Frisco Lone Star in Highland Park. I don't know why that, because Frisco's a good team that's going to win games.
You know that's going to be a tough
But
game.
a lot of these teams that think they might not win a whole lot will schedule them early on, and they'll play it in non-district play before district play gets even started. So that's one thing that I know schools have definitely thought through in terms of the homecoming scheduling.
We need to see if we can get Mallory throw a mum on. Check it out. Just tell her to pick out the biggest mum in the stands. Go get
student
it.
section's got to be rocking.
We'll have to go a real wide camera view to get the whole thing in the picture. It'll be awesome.
Well, we might have to do that. So in terms of some of these other games, we'll go check on one more game before we get to 5A. But how about Odessa Permian and South Lake Carroll? South Lake Carroll currently up in that ball game, but we'll let Nick Laupius tell you about the rest of it. Nick, what's going on?
That's something you don't see in high school football very often. A first half that only took 52 minutes. We kicked off at 7 o'clock, and by the time we're done with the first half, it was 7:52. It's a 10-0 South Lake Carroll lead. Again, it was that 56-yard touchdown run by senior TJ McDaniel to put the Dragons on the board first, and then with about 27 seconds left in the first half, a 25-yard field goal for South Lake puts them up 10-0. Both defenses have been very strong. Just a couple of big plays on the offensive side for the Dragons. We have about a 25-minute halftime break, and I'll keep you updated all night long. And Again, tune in to Whataburger Friday Night Stars. They have you covered throughout all the DFW area for Texas high school football. So we're about to start with the pregame, or with the halftime show. I'm going to go watch that. I'll see you guys later on.
And I wonder how that Battle of the Bands is going. By the way, folks, watching at home, wherever you're watching, on the go, you've got the app, whatever you're doing, hashtag Battle of the Bands, Friday Night Stars.
It goes right to Wolchuk's feed. He's got it just notification after notification.
I want you blowing up the tweet game right now. Let us know. Hey, if your band's rocking, if your student section's rocking, send in pictures, send in videos. We will feature you.
I want to see some drumline. Wolchuk really wants to see some marimbas.
How about this?
Marimbas.
I've got a special surprise. I've got a surprise up my sleeve.
Oh, wow. Do you really?
I'm scared.
You're
Wait
kidding.
for it. No, I'm not kidding.
I love surprises.
After the break,
cupcakes.
We've got our first ever Battle of the Bands
Shut up.
segment.
No.
It's coming up. Whataburger Friday Night Stars.
Kyle.
We're talking
Great surprise, Kyle.
We're talking bands.
You're like.
But right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the Battle of the Bands.
Awesome,
Get ready.
Get hype, Hekma.
We'll return from the Star here in a moment.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
Shoots, and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it.
Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger, serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
Welcome back to the Star in Frisco. It's Friday Night Stars, week number 3, presented by Whataburger, powered by Game On Sports. Do want to remind you to follow us on Twitter at Friday_Stars, at Game On Sports Pro, and then you'll see all of our accounts kind of rattled through all of that as well as we continue running down the scores and updates throughout the entire area. Do have some good news popping up instead of storms popping up. How about the game with Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn? We are about 15 minutes away from a kickoff there as the storms have passed by.
Good news.
That game should get underway here pretty soon. Jackson Donovan is doing some yeoman's work out there getting the job done. But overall, you look at some of these games, and of course, football is always the spotlight. You look at football, the shows about football, nothing different there. But we have, over the first couple of weeks, shined a little bit of light, thanks to Mr. Zach Wolchuk, on the Battle of the Bands. And there's some pretty good bands up in the area and throughout the North Texas realm, including 2 bands that we know are battling tonight in our first ever Battle of the Bands segment.
This is really happening.
Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I know you're excited.
I can't believe this, how far this has come.
Yes, we've been able to get Hekma.
Let's run down
into this.
Exactly. Let's run down some of the 2 contestants. Coppell, 11th place finalist in the 6A division back in 2016. Now, for those of you who don't know, band only competes in state championships every 2 years. So it's an even number.
I think we all knew that, right?
I really
Absolutely.
didn't. I did not, actually.
Yeah, I didn't think you knew that. Every 2 years is when they compete for state. So 11th place finalist, which is really darn good.
Why is it every 2 years?
Because they have so many bands across the state, and they have to kind of decipher. It's tough.
That makes sense.
Anyways, Jerry Miller is the director of bands at Coppell and the Coppell Cowboys. Drum majors Melita Chaddaga, I believe,
You needed to practice that one in the mirror.
I did, and it's still messed up. I'm sorry. I apologize to the drum major.
You looked good doing it, though.
Oh, thanks, buddy. And then on the other side, the Allen Eagle Band, one of the more exciting bands in all of high school football, really across the nation.
Mainly because of their size.
800 people in this band. It's absolutely incredible. They're actually competing in the HEB Drumline contest tomorrow, Hurst-Euless Bedford, at that stadium over there. They're going to go and talk about that. They had 7 a.m. rehearsals all the way throughout the week, just to kind of give you an idea of the kind of preparation that they put into it. And you know what?
What?
Because of this, we've got footage.
No, we don't.
Of their halftime performance.
Oh, thank God.
Allen Eagle Band. Let's go to it live.
Yes.
Some of that grainy video, and it's tough to really get the full effect of the Battle of the Bands.
It's the audio that counts, though.
That's one of the
xylophones.
Two things.
The size, though, you can tell.
The size is gigantic,
is.
no matter what. And then, of course, the sound is what really matters. And of course, Allen, top notch. Of course, they were matched up with the Coppell Cowboys, and I would have footage for you guys, but I've got a little funny story.
What?
Coppell took the field in terms of their band. Went up, took the field. It was awesome. Getting ready to go, and the bottom dropped out. Just started pouring on Coppell, and they had to run off the field.
Oh, no.
So by
it's a default victory?
Allen Eagle Band wins our first ever official
I demand a rematch.
Battle of the Bands.
A true band would have stayed out there, raining on.
Fight through the elements,
and they'd
man.
have just played their
Unbelievable.
little
Oh, man. No, it's honestly
It's
impossible.
not like they're out there holding a bunch of metal instruments.
Why
or
is it
anything.
impossible?
Well, it's more the
brass.
woodwinds. The woodwinds that are the ones
Oh,
that
the woodwinds.
that could get messed up.
What about the marimbas?
The marimba.
That would mess them up too.
Dang.
Yeah.
I'm all about the xylophones, guys.
Are you?
I know you're a big xylophone.
Yeah, I'm a
person.
xylophone.
Well, you were
guy.
dancing
Mostly
the whole time.
marimba, though.
As soon as we cut into the band, Hekma just starts dancing.
He was so
grooving.
into it. It was awesome. Well, let's get back to football here. Let's stick with the same game.
Shall we?
Coppell and Allen continuing to dominate this matchup as Ashley Pickle is on the scene. Ashley, give us a quick update. What's going on with Allen and Coppell? Well, I mean, we'll actually go to Ashley here in just a minute.
Well, actually, I have a final.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
a final update
Cool.
for you. Mansfield, they held off Legacy 14-7. Legacy was trying to make a comeback late. Mansfield got a stop. They go ahead and win it. Littleberry, that 7-yard touchdown or that 21-yard touchdown run to open the scoring up. Hunt Young, a 1-yard touchdown run in the second quarter, ended up being the game winner for Mansfield. So.
What a name.
Which one? Hunt
Young.
Hunt Young, yeah.
I thought you were talking about Littleberry.
No, Hunt Young.
What about Caleb King? Caleb King, an okay name?
Yeah, King's
Not
great,
bad.
but I've heard King before. I've never heard Littleberry.
Hit a 5-yard run for Legacy in that fourth quarter, made things interesting, but that Mansfield Tiger defense, give them a lot of credit. 1-2, big win against an in-town rival.
Yeah.
Big victory for that program.
We'll talk about Mansfield Legacy coming up here just a little bit later, or Mansfield overall with Daniel Mayberry. Coach Mayberry gets his first win of 2018 in what has been a crazy
That's a feel-good story.
Months. It's a great story,
We'll hear more about
definitely stay tuned for that. Pickle is finally ready, and Pickle back to Coppell and Allen. Allen's dominated so far, but tell us a little bit more about that.
Hey guys, back in Coppell for the Allen Eagle versus Coppell Cowboys football game. We are in halftime right now. Allen leads 21-0 after 3 big scores. Clinton Manning with 1 rushing touchdown. Tisdale had 1 throwing touchdown, and then a big gain by tight end Ajaya, who had a 40-yard run to set the Eagles up into scoring position with just over a minute left, where they were able to punch it in for a short gain and a touchdown, putting them up 21-0. Now, Zach, I tried to get your battle of the bands for you. It started pouring here right as Coppell was about to take the field, so they went ahead and walked off. The rain has stopped for now, but it's been coming in like crazy, so we don't know when exactly it's going to hit again, but I'll make sure to keep y'all updated.
Thanks very much, Pickle.
And hard at work, trying her best.
She tried, and you see the stats there. Right now, it's just all Allen. Defensively, offensively, it's been dominated by the Eagles. And she talked about the rain passing through, and she didn't know when it was going to hit again, but it definitely did. They were in a 30-minute lightning delay as of right now.
It ain't so.
Allen and
Pickle
Coppell.
can't win for losing. She was at 2 games last week. Both got rained out. Now she's at another one that's got a 30-minute delay. Good night, Pickle. You are.
She is the lightning ride of the group.
She's a champion. She fights through more
She really
adversity
does.
than the Coppell
hardest
band. That's
working
for sure.
woman in high school football, right?
That's right.
Hardest
football,
working woman
period.
in sports.
Yes,
is what
that would be Ashley Pickle.
Correction.
Yeah.
I mean, last week, man, this lady completely got drenched for us through 2 games.
2 games.
2
bro.
games.
She was there all day.
And it
Watched
means
5 minutes of football.
And then she gets it today again. I don't know. We got to bring her indoors. We got to get her in our indoors game, guys.
Oh, man. Yeah, we got to get her into the Ford Center or something. Yeah, figure something out in terms of finally getting her out of the rain. And I know there are some other games that are kind of going through some lightning delays and things such as that. Let's look through some of these other lightning delays as I try and pull it up here on the laptop. North Forney of Forney, Lovejoy, Frisco Memorial, West Mesquite, and Timber Creek, Keller, Little Elm. It's kind of just passing through. That's what's really tough right now is a lot of these games are getting rained out or at least getting delayed, and the storms continue to pass through. Some other of those, Plano, Rowlett, Plano East, Saxe, Richardson, Pierce, and McKinney. Then Samuel at Seagoville, South Grand Prairie, Lancaster. That's a game we were really excited about.
I know, and I'm set that one hasn't been able. That Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn as well. It doesn't seem like that one's underway yet.
Yeah, no, that one is getting there as well. Then we've got WT White at Carter, Weatherford, Birdville, Wiley at Jesuit, another game that we were looking forward to. Wiley East at Woodrow Wilson, Aubrey, Pilot Point, Ranch View, Spruce, Cedar Hill, Mesquite Horn, like you talked about. Conrad at Hillcrest, Coppell at Allen is now in a delay, just like we mentioned. Braswell at Frisco, Flower Mound at Prosper continuing. And we were talking with Chris, our director, in the middle of the break, and he was saying his brother was at one of the games throughout the area, and he was saying it seemed like every time they were getting close, it was like 20 minutes after a lightning strike or getting close to that point where it was okay to get players and fans back out into their normal area, it would strike again. Just lightning.
And that adds another, half hour every time?
Yeah. Every single time.
We even saw the NFL this past week. The Dolphins and Titans game was delayed
Longest
8 hours or something ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty crazy in terms of some of the lightning delays. But we do have one game. Good update. This time, finally, Jackson Donovan has some footage for us finally as we get ready to go. Look at these teams. They're stretching, getting ready to go. That's Cedar Hill and Mesquite Horn. Big time, high-profile matchup. And they're getting ready to go in Mesquite. So
that's going to be a ball game.
Yeah, I got another update for you. Okay. One of the games that we talked about early, Frisco Independence and Denton. Not necessarily a high-profile matchup. Two teams that are kind of trying to get their bearings. Racing No Let on the call for that one. He'll probably call in late and give us kind of a run on that. 21-6, Independence up on Denton at half. Kind of what we expected. Each team, 2 turnovers apiece. So 2 interceptions from Braylon Braxton. So credit that Denton Bronco D trying to keep them in this one. But on the flip side, a fumble and an interception for Denton High by Landry Kinney. It seems like Landry Kinney's kind of running for his life. They're trying to get his legs going. He's got 10 carries, 39 yards in that first half through the air, 50%, 5 of 10, 50 yards. Does have a touchdown pass, that going to Xylon Posey. Okay. We know they wanted to get going running the football. Here's Xylon Posey making an impact through the air.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And whenever you have an athlete like that, use him. Use him in the passing game, use him in the running game, wherever you can. Eric, I know you're really kind of keeping a close eye on these 5A matchups. Let's run down some of those scores, at least the games that are getting played right now. We already ran through the ones that are delayed, but what's going on currently?
Yeah, well, we already talked about the Mansfield 14-7 victory over Mansfield Legacy. That one is final. Mansfield Timberview and Mansfield Lake Ridge. There is less than a minute left in that game. Lake Ridge is up 36-25, so it looks like they will take the victory over Timberview. And then we got, Denton Braswell and Frisco. Denton is up 14-6 right now. That's still in the first quarter. At halftime, we just talked about the Independence, Frisco Independence up 21-6 on Denton. And then I think that Lebanon Trail and Denison game may be in a rain delay. I don't know if you confirmed that earlier, Kyle,
yes,
but
yeah,
okay. So that one is in a rain delay. Frisco Reedy at the end of the third quarter is up 14-7 on Lake Dallas. That was a big one that we did our game predictions on. Didn't everybody have Lake Dallas
everybody
here?
Everybody has Lake Dallas except for you.
Except for me. Frisco Reedy.
They were up.
Once I found out they were up, that's right.
I ruined it.
It's all about using the information at hand, boys. Irving Nimitz is crushing Carrollton Creekview, 37-0. Keller Central and Little Elm, they're at halftime. They're in a rain delay, 24-7. Little Elm is up on Central. Timber Creek and West Mesquite. Timber Creek is up 7-0. They're still in the first quarter. I think that one's also in a rain delay.
Yep.
Kimball and Irving, they're in the second quarter. Kimball's up 6-0.
Kimball.
And then let's see. Red Oak, obviously here at the Star in Frisco. They are at halftime. They're up 27-0 right now. Byron Nelson is down 10-22 in the second quarter against the Colony. And then that is all the main. We got Frisco Centennial. That one is a tie game at 0 against Bishop Lynch. And then Kaufman and Ennis. Kaufman's up 21-7 at halftime, and Midlothian and Joshua. Midlothian's up 28-16. North Forney at Forney, still in the first quarter. I think that one may have also had a delay. I can't recall, but 7-3. North Forney is up. And then Weatherford is up, or actually down 28-14 against Birdville. So that's your 5A score update right there.
Yeah, 5A rundown. A lot of good games in the area, one of which that's about to come to an end. 51 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Mansfield Lake Ridge trying to hold off Mansfield Timberview. That's a big-time win if for Lake Ridge as they look to continue their hot streak, as they were up 10-0 over Midway last week before getting rained out at the Cotton Bowl.
Looks like we're going to get an onside kick over there, too. 49 seconds left.
Mansfield
5-point game.
Mansfield Timberview just now scored with 49 seconds left. And like you said, onside kick to come there. We'll talk about that game. We'll stick with 5A a little bit because we'll have like we talked about, that feel-good story over Coach Daniel Mayberry of the Mansfield Tigers. We'll talk about that coming up here in just a moment. Friday Night Stars from the Star in Frisco. We'll be back here in just a minute.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Hats, backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You can do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer. Not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
Shoots, and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Friday Night Stars, presented by Whataburger and powered by Game On Sports. As we enter in, we're almost to hour number 3 already.
It's crazy.
Wow, we have been booking into it as we're continuing the end of hour number 2. And before we do get to that hour number 3, we just got done talking about some of the 5A games in the area, one of which was Mansfield and Mansfield Legacy. Mansfield led by third-year head coach Daniel Mayberry, and Coach Mayberry, or it's fourth-year head coach Daniel Mayberry now. And Coach Mayberry has quite a story. He was diagnosed with cancer back in January and is now cancer-free. Don't want to spoil things I just did, but that's okay because we're going to tell the rest of the story. It really is one of those feel-good stories in all of Texas high school football. Gets his first win of 2018. Let's talk about some Daniel Mayberry. Take a look.
There was a few times where I think, man, I might not be able to be there. I'm sitting there telling my kids all the time, you got to fight through adversity, you got to respond the right way. And, when that happened to me, because I had adversity hit me right in the face, I had to respond in the right way and have my mindset in the right place.
In Mansfield, Texas, high school football will forever be king. But for head coach Daniel Mayberry, before the glory comes the grind. Coach Mayberry has been on the Tigers coaching staff since 2002 and was promoted to head coach in 2016.
A few years ago, I was voted best coach in Mansfield. Here, this is the first victory I ever had as a head coach. That was against Summit.
Since taking over, Mayberry and the Tigers have won back-to-back district championships en route to 2 playoff appearances. However, like a big hit in the open field, Mayberry's momentum in life turned just how it can on the gridiron. After feeling weak one day in early January, Mayberry went in for a checkup when a bone marrow biopsy revealed stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, an incurable condition. Coach Mayberry, his wife Cammie, along with their 2 daughters, were shaken.
My oldest, when we told her that, it felt like she hugged me for an hour, and it was really at that moment in time that I realized the impact that it had on them, because when you're going through some of that, sometimes you can be self-centered and just thinking about yourself, but man, it impacted all of us.
After starting treatment, Mayberry had to undergo a blood transfusion every week just to receive chemotherapy.
During that time period, I probably had about 15 blood transfusions, but for whatever reason, my body still wasn't producing hemoglobin. And so it was pretty discouraging there for a while. Try to be positive and upbeat, but every once in a while, you have some moments where you're like, I don't think I'm ever getting better.
But it didn't take long for the community to rally around their head coach.
Chuck Pagano sent me this book, autographed it and everything, and wrote me a little letter. But so, man, how awesome is that? I was amazed on how when I started getting those low spots, somebody seemed to always call at the right time just to pick me up.
A GoFundMe page raised over $83,000 for the Mayberry family to help with medical costs and treatment.
I'm so thankful to God for allowing me to be here. I'm so thankful for the community for how they supported me. I'm so thankful to have a beautiful, loving wife that was there for me the whole entire time. And really, I was just really felt truly blessed.
With the immense support and a lot of faith, just 6 months after his original diagnosis, Daniel Mayberry was cancer-free.
It was right before spring ball. We changed my treatments and we started doing a chemotherapy. And immediately when we started the chemotherapy, my body just started to respond. I started feeling better and, I could have energy. I felt myself progressively getting better. And I'll always have lymphoma. It's just not curable, but I'm cancer-free as the moment.
Back at practice and back on the sidelines are exactly where Coach Mayberry wants to be. But this time around, he has a whole new perspective.
One of the cool things is in the summer, we went out to the stadium and we ran bleachers. And, I said, hey, in case you hadn't heard, and I told them, and the joy that they showed and just the excitement for me and the love that they gave me, man, was awesome, bringing tears to my eyes because, I mean, I love these guys, and just to have the opportunity to share that with them was unbelievable. And one of the reasons why I love the game of football is it mimics life. And you know, the thing that football throws at you on a daily basis is adversity. And how you respond to adversity really defines you as a person. You know, it's real easy to be happy and when everything's going well. It's real hard to find joy when things aren't. It's not always going to be perfect. You're going to have some bad times, but how you respond to that's going to define you as a person. You know, just to have the opportunity to do this. I mean, I really think I have the greatest job in the world, and getting to coach the game of football and spend time with these kids and these coaches, and so, man, it's really awesome. And I know that sounds silly, but man, I'm so excited to be able to have that opportunity and be on that sideline.
And now Coach Mayberry has not only beaten cancer, but he does have one win over an opponent in 2018 as well on the gridiron. And it was really a great time being able to catch up with him. And he's just as vibrant and as happy as can be, loves coaching the game of football and loves making an impact on young gentlemen. And he definitely has done that by triumphing over a disease such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it was really a cool story to be able to bring to everybody, I guess, who's watching at Friday Night Stars. And I know you guys have opinions on it as well. Big time stuff.
Yeah, perseverance at its finest. I mean, when he talks about the treatment not working, you could just see it in his face that there was obviously the disappointment for your family, something like that, man. It affects everyone, not just him, but also just imagine the kids in that program being affected by his disease and just, you know, not wanting to lose their coach to it. If anyone knows anything about the treatments and everything, the transfusions and all of that, man, that's a pretty stressful and painful ordeal to have to go through. So he made light of it, but guys, that's a lot to go through.
No doubt about it. And I think what's also pretty cool is community coming together. Chris Beam, our director, just told us Jalen Catalon, and we've talked a lot about his injury.
Yep.
He tried to put together a fundraiser to sell tickets for this game. Their rival school. He's at Mansfield Legacy playing against Mansfield for the Mansfield coach.
What character?
So,
that's a lot
everybody
of character.
Coming together, people helping people. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, and their community, put together the GoFundMe for the coach.
Yeah.
Right? And the whole community helped raise the funds to help pay those medical bills because those are daunting. So you can see how it rallies an entire community. You got a rival school. The best player at the rival school is trying to put a fundraiser together for the coach. So, I mean, it just goes to show when a bad thing happens, there's also a trickle effect of a lot of good that comes out of it. And a community coming together like that. And then you see him talking about his own kids. You know, he's got all the football players there at Mansfield that he's sort of maybe a second dad to, but he's also got his own two kids at home.
Yeah.
And you can just imagine being a little kid and having your dad come tell you, hey, man, I got this is what's happening, and who knows what can happen and what will happen. That's a scary time for a kid.
It's so tough because, as a dad, you don't want to say anything to your kids. You almost want to hide them from that.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't, as a child, you can't help but notice, oh, daddy can't do this.
But he seems to be in great spirits, though. Huh?
And a big win tonight for Mansfield. So congratulations.
That's a win that I think, looking at the schedule, none of us probably would have picked a Mansfield team to win that game, especially with, like we said, Jalen Catalon. If he were healthy, that's a legacy team that a lot of us had as state championship potential. And that may not be the thing. Catalon might start catching up to a legacy team right now, but it's awesome to see that it's bigger than football. Getting to, like you said, the community surrounding Mansfield and being able to get with Coach Mayberry and make that happen. It was really a community effort, and I love telling that story. It's one of my all-time favorites. Let's get back to what's happening tonight. Friday Night Stars continuing here from the Star in Frisco, Texas, headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys. And Hekma, there's some 4 games and smaller games going on right now that have that need some attention.
Oh,
we
absolutely.
haven't given them that just far.
And we're going to give it the attention it deserves,
You're
sir.
darn right.
Argyle right now is up 49-14 over Tyler Chapel Hill, and my computer refreshes right on cue.
I know,
there it is.
You've got to have something ready to just as
soon as I say that. But also Pilot Point is up 7-0 over Arbery. Bridgeport is up 17-0 over Sanger, and Argyle Liberty Christian is up 21-0 over Brock. Also, Carrollton Ranch View is up 7-0 over Spruce. Come on, Spruce. And Conrad is up 6-0 over Hillcrest. In another game in 4A, Midlothian Heritage is up 35-14 over Decatur. Now, guys, we also had some games on Thursday night. I want to point out we didn't touch on those, but in a really big game in 4A, South Oak Cliff beat Wilmer Hutchinson 56-12. Guys, listen, this is a statistical nightmare for Wilmer Hutchinson because, man, the Golden Bears ran all over those guys. Running back K.C. Cook ran for 129 yards. Another kid by the name of Cam Davis, guys. He's another one of my diamonds in the rough.
Nice.
All right?
There you go.
All right,
Cam
this
Davis.
kid, Cam Davis, ran for 116 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. But, guys, this guy is the 4A state champ. So he's like Usain Bolt in a helmet.
100-meter guy?
Oh, yeah. And
some high praise.
But his speed does transfer. Now, a lot of track guys, you put them in the helmet, shoulder pads, run them out there, and it doesn't work.
It's almost like popcorn muscle, right? It looks good, but they don't actually. There's not
Put
much
that football in his hands or try and throw a ball to him. It's like my dog. It's just the ball just hits him in the head. But anyway, shout out to Sam Wing. But anyway, that was a game that was on Thursday. Also, guys, I'm looking at and my computer does refresh again, but that's no excuse. Salina is down to 14-25 to Fort Worth Nolan, and Life Waxahachie is now getting it handed to him by Kemp 30-7. Also, Kennedale is up 21-7 over Alvarado. And that's my 4A highlights and scores for you guys.
Yeah, big time matchups in the 4A and under region of North Texas. And there are some other ones in the 6A region as well. Zach, I know you're our big time 6A scorers guru, and we've talked through a bunch of these in terms of Coppell, Allen, Flower Mound, Prosper, and I'll tell you what, that Allen Coppell game continuing to be in a lightning delay. I believe Ashley Pickle's about to get with us here in just a little bit.
I think we have a lot that currently are. I mean, I'm looking through at some of these scores, and it doesn't seem like a lot have changed. I think we got that Eaton game seems to be in a delay as well. We've got tons of delays, so not a whole lot of new details across the 6A scoreboard right now as we wait for a lot of those things. Aside from the Mansfield schools finalizing there, I know Keller, Fossil Ridge, and Hebron was 16-10 at half with Fossil Ridge with the lead. I know that was one that we were.
That's in a delay as well?
And it seems like it's been sitting there at halftime for about 45 minutes now. So,
well, let's actually check in with Ashley Pickle. She's at Coppell and Allen, and that being played in Coppell, part of the Cowboys Stadium there. And Ashley, tell us a little update. What's going on there?
Hey guys, little update from the lightning delay here in Coppell. We went into it about 10 minutes ago. It's said to hopefully just last 30 minutes if we don't have to go into another one. They did completely clear out the stadium. I'm up here in the film deck, but take a look at this behind me. They asked people to leave the stadium, but these people are leaving the game completely. These stands might be completely empty with Coppell down 21-0 under Allen. You never know what's going to happen, but I'll tell you what, it does not look like there are going to be many Coppell fans coming back into the stadium to finish out, hopefully finish out this second half.
Wow.
They're
Coppell's bailing, man. Allen will do that to you. Little Allen, little rain. That's a recipe to go home and get in bed.
Yeah, 21-0, and Allen looked really.
It's give them an excuse and sayonara.
See ya. Yeah, that.
You know what, guys?
They didn't even get to watch their own band play tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly
that's
right.
why half these people even showed up.
Most of those people were looking for.
Now, you know what? You know what they can do?
Show,
they can watch the show.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. You could do that.
Hashtag Battle of the Bands at Friday_stars.
That's on correct. Twitter.
On Twitter.
Game On Sports Pro on YouTube.
Let us know. Send it in.
My man.
You're getting it done. Let's go ahead and run through some of those. Let's run through some of those games that are currently in a lightning delay. It's my least favorite part of the show.
Yeah, but it's become your forte.
It has. Well, it's because
become your main job.
You are
really.
so good at it.
Thanks, buddy. Aubrey, Pilot Point, Bishop Lynch at Frisco Centennial, Carrollton Rangeview at Spruce, Cedar Hill at Mesquite Horn. That's actually incorrect. That game is underway. Still no score. Just under 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Jackson Donovan has been giving them some great up-to-date looks in terms of that game. So defensive battle right now.
Can't wait to hear from Jackson.
Horn and Cedar Hill. That's a game that I'm really excited about. Commerce at Nevada Community. Conrad at Hillcrest. Coppell at Allen, as we just saw from Pickle. Dallas Christian at John Paul II. Denton Braswell at Frisco. First Baptist at Colleyville Covenant. Flower Mound at Prosper. Fort Worth Polytechnic at Thomas Jefferson. Garland at Richardson. Lakeview Centennial at Richardson Berkner. Hebron at Keller Fossil Ridge. Keller Central at Little Elm. Keller Timble Creek at West Mesquite. Kimball at Irving. Lake Highlands Haltom. Life Waxahachie at Kemp. Lovejoy at Frisco Memorial. Mignola, or how do you say that one? Mignola at Farmersville.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I think you nailed it.
It's a smaller school. North Forney at Forney, Odessa Permian at South Lake. That's one that Nick Laupius is at currently. Plano at Rowlett, Plano East at Saxe, Pierce at McKinney, Richland and Rockwall Heath, Roosevelt at Adamson, Samuel, Siegelville, South Grand Prairie at Lancaster, Sunnyvale at Brownsboro, W.T. White at Carter, Weatherford at Birdville, Wiley at Jesuit, and Wiley East at Woodrow Wilson. I'm done.
We do have Saxe up 7-0 on Plano East. That one's about 5:16 left in the first quarter. So there's one of those updates, and the Colony still holding a 22-10 lead on Byron Nelson. Hopefully that game gets caught back up here soon.
Just got a text message from Ashley Pickle. She said that game officially should start back up at 9:20, so we're about 15 minutes away from kickoff again between Allen and Coppell. One game that, once again, we know will not be rained out. It's Red Oak and Frisco Heritage, as Heritage High School taking on each other just across the hallway at the Frisco Star. This was just moments ago. Look at this, bursting through the seams, another first down. Red Oak has the ball. Third quarter, just under 3.5 minutes remaining, and they're looking to run out the clock here. This is a Red Oak team, as you look at the replay after that last run, that's looking to start 3-0. Is this a Red Oak team that you got to keep an eye on?
Apparently, it seems that way. I mean, they're doing a good job here as they start to get ready for district play. They've looked, I mean, we've gotten to have a little bit of an eye on this one. They've looked nearly unstoppable, and it's not only been through the air, their defense has been playing really well. They got some big boys in the line of scrimmage, too.
Yeah, Red Oak, like you said, Red Oak was a team that struggled a little bit. Now they're back on it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's definitely something that this is a Heritage team that has to look at Red Oak and look on the other side of the ball, and that's a Red Oak team that gets the job done and have really been able to just completely take over in this football game. We'll run through some of those other scores. We've also got some updates from some of our reporters that we'll get to, but we're going to take a quick break first off, and then we'll get back to some of those other reports as Friday Night Stars here from the Star in Frisco will continue here in just a moment.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
We are officially in hour number 3 of Friday Night Stars, as this has been an interesting Friday night, to say the least, in terms of rain delays hitting again, Battle of the Bands being rained out.
Oh, man, that's the most disappointing.
That was really kind of sad.
We wanted to see Coppell's band. We got to see a little taste of Allen's.
Yep.
And it was impressive.
It was.
But I think Coppell might have had the goods to take them down.
Yeah,
but we'll never know.
But we'll never know. So now the whole year we got to wonder. We got to see Coppell soon.
We'll get
That's gonna
Coppell's
keep me up
band
at
on
night
at some point.
for weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I do want to start pushing, though, is these Battle of the Bands, because it's time to give these bands a little bit of a spotlight. If you want to showcase your band and you're in the North Texas area, you're watching this either live or on tape delay, later in the week, tweet at us. Hashtag Battle of the Bands and tell us why your band should be featured against another band. They don't have to be playing each other either. They can be, which makes it a little bit more juicier. But overall, let us know why your band should be.
And the band, I mean, I played high school football, and the band was always there. I'd show up for practice early in the morning. They were already there outside practicing. We'd have an after-school practice.
Yep.
I'm leaving practice, and they're still out there. They got there before us. They stayed there after us. Man, the band, they work incredibly hard. Not maybe as hard as Ashley Pickle, but they work incredibly hard.
They're definitely close, which says a lot.
Yeah,
it does say a lot. That's pretty big. So you played high school football?
I did.
Did you play high school football, Zach?
For a brief stint.
Zach was
and I know you played high school. Okay, Hekma. Okay, yeah, all right, come on.
We know Hekma did. Hekma played at every single Division I college.
I did not play high school
ball wherever
football.
you want to.
You did band.
Really?
I was in band.
Marimbas?
No, trombone.
Trombone!
I was a trombone player.
Nice.
Yeah.
My guy.
I was also a head drum major my senior year, so I like giving a little bit of that band love back. I also played high school baseball, so I wasn't a total nerd, but I kind of was.
Embrace being the nerd.
I was a band nerd.
Nothing.
I did it because my dad did it. My dad was a trombone player as well.
It's a lineage, man.
It is
Definitely.
lineage,
Good for you. Why don't you bring that trombone in here next week and give us a
we'll
whirl?
see. I've got it lying around somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
That's the battle of bands. I'd win hands down.
Oh, well, you'll have to prove that to us.
So could you single-handedly take on one band yourself?
I don't know. We'll have to see. That might be a sponsored segment.
Like if we get this Lincoln band, Hekma brings the Lincoln band.
Hekma will be out there dancing.
And then we've got Kyle over here with the marimbas.
No,
it's over.
The trombone. We bring in marimbas for support.
Just for me.
Just for you. And I'll hold the triangle.
I can play some marimbas.
I can triangle it. Ding.
They're tough, man. You got like four. You got like.
I want to do that. Let's do
mallets.
that. We're all playing
more cowbell.
Yeah, or some cowbell. Yeah, we got some cowbell. We're all playing an instrument. We're taking this battle of the bands to the next level.
Hashtag battle of the bands. Also hashtag student section of the week.
That too. We're going to start that up too.
Teams are getting
that
rowdy.
Needs to be a thing.
My Northwest Texans, I don't know if you saw their video of their student
section.
Was that
the Moses?
Yeah, parting the Red Sea.
That was awesome. I'm going to see if I can find that and put it up on our laptop cam because that was awesome.
That was so cool.
And Trinity, the Trinity student section was also pretty freaking lit.
Yo, Colleyville student section.
Hookah stuff.
But I'm telling you, Colleyville's band. They had a thing where they had last year. It was like the universe, and they were bringing out like the globes onto the. It was a production, guys.
Oh,
I've never seen anything like this before. I'm telling you, wow, who knew they did that at halftime? Because I was usually in the locker room.
Yeah, you were in the locker room. That's fair.
Yeah, but anyway.
Okay. Well, next time Coach Joe Willis calls into the show, as he tends to do from time to time, we'll have to ask him about that.
Well, he's not going to know.
Oh, he's going to know.
No, he's going to be.
A production like that, Coach Joe Willis is probably.
I think he's busy.
I think he's
at that point of
he's
time.
detail oriented. All right, he's overseeing.
It doesn't matter if he's detail oriented.
Yo, guys, I just want to we're talking. Look, band, right? And so it's cool. Like my wife was in flag corps, and she gets excited every time she sees flag corps. But like in my school, when you have flag corps, it's like. You couldn't play an instrument.
Oh,
like
it's like the B team.
You're throwing some shade.
Wow. Shots fired.
Oh,
you might be on the couch tonight, Hekma. You picked a name in Forest. You might still be on the couch tonight.
I will be sleeping on the couch tonight.
That makes 2 weeks in a row. Oh, my goodness.
Hekma Harrison.
Hekma's throwing the fire.
Taking out his own wife.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it like that.
Wow.
That's a bold move.
Yeah. Well, on that note, let's move back to football. Eric, 5A scores.
If we have to.
Please.
Fuego rapido.
Just to get away from what Hekma just lit a flame.
Flag
here
core,
at the Star. Oh,
she's going to come storming in here, bro. Give it just 5 minutes.
Yeah, she'll be here in a moment.
All right, here we go. We got some final scores. Everman over Arlington Seguin 7-0. We got Mansfield Legacy falling 7-14 to Mansfield. Mansfield Lakeridge beating Mansfield Timberview 36-31. Denton Braswell over Frisco 14-6. They're still in the first quarter. Frisco Independence 21-6 over Denton. They're about to start the second half there. Frisco Lebanon Trail against Denison. They haven't even kicked off yet, as far as I can tell. The rain has just taken that one over. A little bit of lightning action, slowing that one down. Frisco Reedy, my Frisco Reedy.
Score.
14-7 over Lake Dallas. Still up a touchdown, boys. My prediction is feeling good. They are at the 10-minute mark in the third quarter. Irving Nimitz smashed Carrollton Creekview. They're about to start the fourth quarter, but they're up 37-0 right now. Keller Central down 31-7 to Little Elm. They are almost to the fourth quarter. And let's see, Keller Timber Creek is up 20-14 on West Mesquite. They are still in the second quarter. And then Kimball and Irving. Irving's up 14-6 there in the third quarter. Lovejoy's putting it on Frisco Memorial 35-7. They're about to start. It's telling me they're about to start the second quarter. And if that's the case, they scored 35 points. Lovejoy did in the first quarter. I don't know if that's true, but wow. Putting it on them. Red Oak right here in our backyard at the Star is up 34-14 on Frisco Heritage. Trophy Club Byron Nelson down 32-10. We all had the Colony taking that game, and that firepower is showing true. 32 points in the first half for the Colony. Arlington Oak Ridge and Fort Worth Southwest, that has not even kicked off yet. Same with Burleson and Waco University. Those games are in a lightning delay, I would assume. Carrollton Ranchview is up 14-0 on Spruce. They're about to start the second quarter. And middle of the second quarter right now, Hillcrest is over Conrad 12-6. And that pretty much does it for the 5A level there, gentlemen.
Wow. So it's just a lot of...
Actually, give me one more. Okay. I take that back.
You want one more?
I want one more.
All right, we'll give you one
South
more.
Grand Prairie. Down 7-0. Lancaster, halftime.
Oh, okay.
Now, we picked that game. Did we all pick Lancaster for that one?
No,
No?
Nobody picked that one.
Oh, that wasn't a prediction game. That was a preview game.
That was a premier game. Yeah,
you had your boy, your linebacker in that one.
Oh, yeah.
So
Miles
we know where
Jernigan.
your heart is.
He's a Cal Bear. He's a stud.
Down there in the Gopher Bowl. Well, actually, that one's at Lancaster.
We mentioned this in terms of the student sections in our little tangent that we went on earlier, and I know you alluded to it. It's your alma mater, Justin Northwest.
They got whooped on last night.
They got whooped on, but their student section unreal. I've got it up on the laptop.
This is exciting, boys.
Chris,
check this out,
cue
Hekma.
this up. This is awesome. This is a moment from last night's game. Look at this.
That's Moses.
Working his magic.
That's the Red Sea.
And it is a Red Sea. That's a pretty good student section.
He's about to part that puppy.
Oh, no.
Yeah! That is the best thing I've seen.
Attaboy.
Look at him give him an ovation on the way out.
Look at Moses making a comeback, too. I love
that. That is awesome.
Oh, wow. Awesome stuff.
Student section of the week.
That's
Send them in, baby, because that right there, no question.
Shout
out to Justin Northwest. They part of that Red Sea.
We're bringing it. Well, in basketball,
gets me going.
we used to do a cool thing in basketball. We'd have a guy stand up in front of the student section, kind of like Moses just did, and he directs you side to side, up and back, like everybody's on a roller coaster. So the whole student section is following him like we're on a roller coaster, and then we break it down for the grand finale. So
you know what's
student
great?
section at Northwest pretty dope.
You know what's really great about the being able to find that video? Well, I did it on a little thing I'd like to say, the Friday Night Stars Twitter. Let's take a look at that off of the laptop cam, as you can go give this a follow at Friday Night Stars. That's what it looks like right there. We'll give you updates. Wow. You see Nick giving a report. We're going to go to Nick here in just a moment. You see the links. There's Mr. Zach Wolchuk sitting right there. And his
great Twitter follow.
There's my Twitter. Yes, exactly. Game On Sports Productions, of course. So we give you updates. There's Saji, who's out at some of the games. Nick again. Adrian, who we'll go to in a little bit. Mallory and Pickle. So all of our games, of course, you've also got some highlights there. Be sure to follow us. You see it right up at the top of the screen. Friday_stars. So I just wanted to throw that out there because that's a brand new Twitter just now getting ready.
It's a must follow.
To kind of, yeah, exactly. It's a must follow, but it's something that's brand new. We're just starting it this week. So
we
be
want
sure
to be able to connect with the public. It's important that you guys are a part of this on Friday Night Stars. We're not the stars. The players aren't just the stars. Yep. The bands aren't just the stars. The drill team, the fans, you're all stars as well. All of us together, we make Friday nights as magical as they are. Mm-hmm. Go out there, hashtag whatever it is. Hit us up on the Twitter. We'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, exactly right.
We'll make you famous.
On that Twitter feed, you saw Nick Laupius, and Nick has had a couple rough games. He's been out at South Lake Carroll the past 2 weeks. Last week, he had a rain delay. And right now, let's see what Nick's going on, as that game is still continuing to be in a weather delay. Nick, tell us about what's going on.
Well, of course, in my pregame, I said not really that much a chance for rain. Well, so I thought of my umbrella in the car. All of a sudden started pouring about 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Then we had some lightning. Just saw lightning a couple of seconds ago. So we're currently in a 30-minute lightning delay. The rain's starting to pick back up. Still 10-0 South Lake Carroll over the Panthers. I'll keep you updated on the weather, and if we get back to playing, I'll keep you updated on the score for the rest of the night. Well, it's starting to pick back up. I'm going to go ahead for cover, but I'll send it back to you guys down in the studio where you guys really don't have to worry about that. So back to you guys in Frisco.
Nick,
so proud of you, Nick.
Speaking of Moses.
My gosh, he's out there swimming in Dragon Stadium.
That was a probably one of the most just persevered reports I've ever seen.
That was clutch. That's the definition, right?
He took
clutch?
a page out of
I don't know how he
book.
did that without his phone just frying in the rain. That's another thing.
Did he bring the smoke there?
He brought the smoke, bro.
Wow.
He
Okay.
brought the smoke.
No, Nick Laupie is doing a great job as always in that game. With 8:07 in the third quarter, Southlake is up 10-0. So is that where the game was stopped, or is that in a?
That's where it was stopped.
It was stopped.
I do
okay.
have an update on. We're talking alma maters. My alma mater, Plano, down 7-0. They fumbled. It was recovered by Jerry Evans of Rowlett. He rumbles his way home for a score. Rowlett now with the ball again, and they are driving at their own 45-yard line with under 6 to play in the first half.
Well, there you go.
Jerry, guy named Jerry. I haven't seen a high school kid named Jerry since probably the 80s.
I think there's a lot of Jerrys out there.
There's a lot of teenagers named Jerry.
Oh my goodness. Well, you've also got Jerry Jones. Who
well, he's a young
big
guy.
time.
That was a joke.
The guy that owns the studio. Way to go, Eric. Yeah.
I'm talking about young guys named Jerry.
That's fair, but
You're
still,
right. No, hey, it is.
he does own the studio where we're working.
And on a
right
lighter
now.
note, since we're all throwing into our alma maters,
Okay.
Oh, what's
I
up?
would definitely like to cue you guys in on something that's going on this weekend.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Big game. It's called the South Dallas Super Bowl, guys. And if you've never heard of the South Dallas Super Bowl, it is epic. It is the battle for Grand Avenue. So Madison and Lincoln are separated, but evenly. What's in the middle is Grand Avenue, and we fight for that street, Grand, okay? So let me tell you something, guys. This game right here goes back. My mom, dad, everybody knows about this football game, okay?
It's a family affair.
It is definitely a family affair. And let me tell you something. Chris, get in on this face that only a mother can love. Listen, guys at Lincoln, I know we've had some down years at Lincoln. We haven't won the South Dallas Super Bowl in 5 years. Guys.
It's getting personal.
Only 5.
Guys, at Lincoln High School, Tiger Nation, we got to get all the smoke tomorrow. We want all the smoke tomorrow. Guys, I need you. I need
That's
you.
a desperate Hekma right there, ladies and gentlemen. Do it for Hekma if you can't do it for yourselves.
Please.
Hashtag do it for Hekma.
Hashtag do it for Hekma. I love it.
Hekma, are you going to be at the game? You gonna paint your chest?
I'm gonna
paint my whole body.
Oh, I like
you
that.
Understand what
yes,
this is?
absolutely.
Kincaid Stadium at 6 o'clock, guys.
You're gonna see Hekma in the student section
section
going
of the
crazy.
week.
South Dallas Super Bowl.
Hekma section of the week as we
want all
continue.
the smoke.
You tailgating Hekma?
Absolutely.
You make it a whole day affair.
Do you don't understand how big this is? Of course I'm tailgating. Everybody the whole hood is tailgating tomorrow. Do you understand? This is the South Dallas Super Bowl.
And Lincoln shows up every year and plays great, don't they?
Yeah.
Except for the last 5 years.
Oh yeah, how could I forget? Wow.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Yes, tomorrow's a new day, guys.
It's a personal challenge to
Today
everybody.
was a good day.
Oh my God, I need this one bad, guys. You have no idea.
We do have an update in terms of one of those bigger games that we were talking about earlier. I know.
Trying to say that game's not big?
It was, not as
This guy's
big.
trying to belittle.
It's the Southside Dallas Super
Don't
Bowl
you
or whatever
discredit
it's called.
Hekma's FaceTime right there.
I did.
Like he just went around the horn.
Dug me. It's okay.
Well, this one involves a blocked punt, if that makes you feel any better.
It does.
I like
Jackson
blocked punts.
Donovan was on the scene as Cedar Hill and looks like Mesquite Horn.
And it will be called first down.
You know another underrated part about high school football?
What is that?
The PA announcer.
I know he was into it there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I when you get a good PA guy, you can always there's some guys that just go through the motions. I'm just reading this name, first down and 10, and there's other guys that get into it. That guy is into it.
Absolutely.
He clearly takes pride in his job.
Love people with pride.
Yeah, gotta love it. And we do have pride here at Whataburger Friday
We
Night
got
Stars.
spirit. Yes, we do.
And you know what? We've got a whole nother hour to go until Friday Night Stars overtime, and then we've got some overtime as well. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go through the 4A scores and a little bit of the 6A scores. We'll also update you on what games are continuing to be delayed throughout the North Texas area. Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Stars, presented by Game On Sports and Whataburger, will continue here in just a moment.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to?
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer. Not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
A slew of games continuing to be under rain delay, but we are indoors here at the Star in Frisco. Friday Night Stars presented by Whataburger and powered by Game On Sports. Kyle Youmans, Hekma Harrison, Mr. Zachary Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo. Boys, it's been a rough night in terms of rain delays.
It's not as rough as last week, but this is just a frustrating continuation.
Well, you say that, but there are some updates.
Is it worse? Is
it's
it
getting worse.
Oh, man.
We'll talk about that here in just a moment. And really, overall, it's kind of the same thing as last week, but now you get into the issue, and I'm gonna kind of have a roundtable about this in terms of either these are district games getting rained out, or it's the last game before district play that's getting rained out. So as a team, what kind of disadvantage does this give you? I know everybody's having to go through it, but some teams are playing through it, some teams are not. What is the advantage and disadvantage here?
Well, I mean, obviously there's a disadvantage if it comes down to the wire and you have one less game than a team that didn't have a rain delay. So that seemed like that would be a big problem. But just getting teams geared up and ready to go each week, and then you have your guys thinking about what the weather's going to look like. Now, look, guys, I don't want to minimize the fact that these weather delays are definitely necessary in a state that we live in where, you know, there's wild weather. We don't expect it like this at this time of the year. We typically see this, March, April, May is when you start seeing stuff like this. So it's kind of untypical. It's not typical for this time of year, but still, I mean, I think when it comes down to some of these tight districts where you have a lot of competition and you start seeing teams where they had one less victory than another, it may have some ramifications.
Yeah, and teams are trying to fine-tune themselves right now as they head into district play, and if your game's canceled, and if you're unfortunate enough to have your game rained out last week and this week, now you haven't really played a game in 3 weeks and you're heading into district play, there's probably a lot of uncertainty there. I don't know, advantage-wise, I guess the only thing would just be like fresh bodies, fresh legs, a few less games under their belt. That's really the only advantage I could see from having to miss 2 of your first 3 games or 1 of your first 3 games.
Yeah, for a district game, I think they still play it. They find a way, if it needs to be rescheduled, it's rescheduled. The one experience that I had with this was I called Denton Geyer and Byron Nelson, I think it was 2 years ago. It was towards the end of the year, and we sat there. It was a Thursday night game. It was a Thursday or Friday night game. We sat there for what seemed like forever. Game kept getting pushed back. They called it. What they did was they scheduled, it was either a Friday or a Monday, the game to be played at noon.
Wow.
So they'll find a time, especially if it's a district game, to get the game played because you have to. You can't not play that district game, especially if it is a playoff team. Those matter. But these non-district games, if you're going to get the weather, now's the time to do it. Obviously, you'd like to play the game so you can kind of try some things out if that's what you want to do. But health-wise, maybe it's a positive. The negatives are certainly you're losing out on a ton of reps.
Yeah, I think that's one of the downplayed parts about how important some of these either non-district matchups are. It's just reps. It's trying to figure out what's going on with your ball club, and then you turn around and you automatically don't have those. It's almost like a preseason mentality, except I know it counts, but it's that preseason mentality of trying to get your boys ready for the games that really matter. And whenever you get those ripped out of your hands, it's really kind of tough. What was that?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, and there are some games that are going on right now. Let's go through. We just got word in our ear. Ashley Pickle is at Coppell and Allen. That's a game that's been under some delay for quite some time. Pickle, give us an update.
All right, guys, Ashley Pickle here back in Coppell for the Coppell versus Allen game. We did go into a 30-minute lightning delay about 2 or 3 plays into the second half. Everyone was asked to leave the stadium, clear the fields. We were supposed to resume play at 9:20. That ended up getting pushed back to 9:30, and then I just got word that we will be canceling this game here tonight. Again, that's the Coppell versus Allen game. It has been canceled for tonight. I asked some of the Allen coaches what that meant for the win-loss column. Allen was up 21-0 at the start of the second half, and the Allen coaches said that the athletic directors from both teams are in the locker rooms now deciding as to whether or not that's going to count as a win for Allen or just go ahead and null and void and call it a canceled game. So I'll try and keep you updated on that, but as for right now, we are saying goodnight here in Coppell.
That's the best news Coppell's ever heard.
Allen is going to get that W. Allen's going to get that W.
I can tell you how that conversation's going right now, and Allen's saying, "Hey, scoreboard. This is what's happening right now."
They're not. No way. They're not going to walk away.
I can hear everybody in Coppell throughout this entire season. Well, we didn't lose to Allen. We played and we did not lose.
We didn't lose. We didn't lose.
Can't say we won.
Out of the Allen and Coppell crowds, if you do have friends from that crowd that you know are not at their high school football game, tell them to tune in. We'll go through that game a little bit later, and we'll talk to Pickle on the phone, kind of talk about what happened on the field. Unfortunately, her second straight rain out.
Man.
Really third straight rain out, honestly.
Yeah, she's starting to be a usual suspect in this thing, right?
Yeah. We need to get her a poncho.
Yeah, you're exactly
the least
right.
we can do.
We do. Friday Night Stars ponchos coming up.
They are
Check
coming
your,
up.
Local Friday Night Stars store.
I kind of alluded to this earlier, though. There are a couple games that are still currently being played, which is an exciting prospect. And one of those is a premier matchup between Flower Mound Marcus and Waxahachie. And Adrian Jagic is on the scene at Waxahachie. Adrian, what's going on right now as we take a look into Waxahachie?
Okay, guys, there's 27 seconds left in the third quarter, and finally there's a change in score. Marcus is number 22. Senior Jay Ballard ran it in for a touchdown, and they were able to proceed to get a 1-point lead. They are fighting. Both teams do not want to lose this.
Well,
this game, baby. They don't want to lose.
That's what he was going to say. I would probably take a venture to guess. But thanks, Adrian. Very emphatic. You look at the score right now, and Flower Mound Marcus, that's a very heavyweight team, and Waxahachie sticking with them.
They are pounding the run. Justin Dink at 25 carries, $145 already in this one. So he's making his presence felt. But Waxahachie, they're hanging in. This is a very, very competitive football game at 14-7, and a big win needed here for Waxahachie. I think they've started 0-2. They have not looked good in out-of-district play. A new head coach there. This would be a big feel-good win if they can come back and get it against a solid Marauders bunch.
Well, they're 1-1. They beat Ennis in week 1.
That's right. They did knock off Ennis in week 1.
54-32. That was an impressive win.
That game?
Yeah, it was a pretty good win. But they did turn around and got blown out by Mesquite Poteet 48-7, and that's kind of what left a bad taste in our mouth.
Well, and for Flower Mound Marcus, my guy Marcel Brooks, we all know him as a linebacker, 4-star guy going to play in the SEC for LSU next year.
Yep.
Well, he caught an 8-yard touchdown pass earlier in this game. They got him playing a little bit of receiver. They started doing that.
Soft hands.
I mean, this dude, you talk about an athlete. He's out here catching touchdown passes, and he's a 4-star linebacker headed to LSU. So props to Marcus and Coach Atkinson for using their stud athletes and not just pigeonhole them to one position.
Yeah, Marcel Brooks, he's a guy that played safety last year. I think he beefed up and they moved him to linebacker.
Yeah. He's fast enough to be a safety, that's for sure. But body type-wise, he's 6'3", 200 pounds. He's definitely going to be a linebacker at the next level. But as you said, played safety, got him playing receiver now. The dude, though he's huge, is athletic as can be and clearly a versatile guy.
And you know what? I think that's what high school coaches are doing. They're finding their guys, and instead of putting a position on the roster, just ATH, and just put it out there. We know what this guy is. Yeah. Let's not even give him. Let's not give him a position. Let's ATH out there. We know what he's going to do. We can line him up anywhere, and he's going to get us a play.
Yeah, and that's more and more common, especially with the spread offense. We kind of alluded to it earlier. You look at the spread offense and having the really kind of spread the field is why they call it the spread offense.
Yeah.
Whoever is your best athlete, put them on the field, and it tends to work out in favor. We are here at the Ford Center and the Star in Frisco. Let's take a look across the hallway as that game has gone final. Frisco Heritage, along with a Red Oak, big win. Red Oak 3-0. They get it done. These are some of the highlights from that matchup. 41-14 was the final score. And really, Red Oak took it from the very beginning. They got ahead 27-0 as Jay Falkenberry, 214 yards. He went 24 for 32.
Pancake block there at the end. You see that?
Yeah, that was a big time.
Well, so we got reverse.
So we got a Falkenberry and a Little Berry this week.
Yep.
I like it.
Battle of Berry.
All kinds of berry.
We'll put your foot in the ground and go.
Yeah, look at that one. Heritage did tack on a couple points later on.
That's going to be Hekma at the South Dallas Super Bowl next week.
You better believe it.
Yeah.
You got it right that time, Eric. That is me.
That's going to be you.
Yes, sir.
I love it.
And I love also Red Oak, man, is like we talked about earlier, a program that had some struggles before. Change out, get new personnel, get the new coaches in, whole nother mind state. Guys come in and look at them, man. It looks like a whole nother program. Get that Oregon decal on your helmet, man. Start playing. Hey, you play. You look good. You play good.
Look good, you play good.
Come on, guys.
Shouts out to Deion Sanders.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Prime time, baby.
306 yards rushing.
Woo!
For Red Oak.
Jeez. Dominant on the ground.
They ran the ball
you
pretty
could
darn
tell.
well.
And
Yeah, that's really what the highlight reel was.
How about those offensive linemen getting to the second level, making them able to spring some long runs?
And that's definitely a testament to the offensive line. Anytime you turn that football field into an HOV lane, that has everything to do with the big uglies up front.
Cruising, baby.
Yep,
Yes,
we got
sir.
another score update. That Waxahachie and Flower Mound Marcus game. Marcus went up again and put up another touchdown. That was our guy, that running back, Justin Dinka, 9-yard touchdown run, puts them ahead 21-7. That game's winding down, about 3 minutes left in that game.
Also, let's stick with that here for a minute.
Oh,
'cause
what
it's
are we
funny
sticking with?
Funny I say that?
Mention that because let's go to the laptop cam. We've got live, or not live, but pre-recorded footage of that touchdown play as you see right there, Marcus on the outside. Oh, actually, take this back. This is Prosper. That is a Prosper Flower Mound. And Flower Mound just scored to make this a ball game. Touchdown Flower Mound. Sorry, Eric. It's a different game.
That's very, very disappointing.
I know it's disappointing, but hey, Flower Mound.
Yeah, no, that's a big score for the Jags there, 24-6, pending the extra point for Flower Mound, so they're trying to stay alive. Another score update at halftime. Jesuit and Wiley, 21-7. Jesuit is up on Wiley, taking care of business, guys.
Hopefully
Nobody's surprised about that, right?
You want to hear about E.J. Smith right now?
I do. Give me some E.J. Smith.
All right, how many carries do you think E.J. Smith has?
Let's go 14.
Hekma?
8.
Hekma's closest. It was 7.
Okay.
For 400 yards and 6 touchdowns.
7 carries. No. 7 carries, 23 yards a touchdown, relatively held in check. How many catches do you think E.J. Smith has?
Oh, he has been playing a little receiver.
Whether it's receiving or checking the ball down to him out of the backfield, yes.
Fair enough. Let's go 5 receptions.
5.
3.
Ding, ding, ding. Eric Chiofalo, you are the winner of this.
There it is.
This game, you will be getting the Friday Night Stars Fun package sent your way.
I love it.
5 catches, 76 yards.
Jeez.
That better be the
E.J.
full fun
Smith.
package.
He's averaging over 15 yards a catch right now. So maybe
EJ doing it all in the air, on the ground.
Maybe they're onto something there. Donovan Ollie, another outstanding receiver in their Metroplex for Wiley. 3 catches, 22 yards in that first half. He's probably their biggest threat on the outside. So Jesuit doing a pretty good job defensively. That was something we worried about. That back end, they got absolutely smoked at the beginning of the year by Arlington. Jahari Rogers torched them. I think it was 7 touchdowns week 1.
Yeah, he's doing that to everybody.
They seem like they're playing a little bit better on that back end now.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Playing better and trying to get right in the district play. We talked about it just a little bit ago. Let's go back, like you said. Flower Mound Marcus gets on the board again against Waxahachie. Adrian Jagush is on the scene. Adrian, tell us about it.
First, the Indians were fighting neck and neck against the Marcus Marauders, but now with 3 minutes and 17 seconds left in the fourth quarter, number 2, Justin Dinka from Marcus, Flower Mound Marcus, ran it in for a touchdown, leading Marcus 21-7 against the Indians.
Against the Indians.
Yes.
I don't know what it is with his reports keep getting cut off.
But his energy level
so
is
high
on
through
point.
the roof, and I love it.
Adrian bringing the fire.
Adrian Jagish. We'll have him call in later on to give us an in-depth analysis. Ashley Pickle will call in, but first, let's take a quick break. Whataburger Friday Night Stars here from the Star in Frisco. Rain delays throughout all over the Metroplex. We'll update you on that when we come back after just a quick little break as we continue week 3 of Whataburger Friday Night Stars.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
and he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Just like the storms are barreling through the metroplex of Dallas and Fort Worth, we barrel through hour number 3, almost to hour number 4 here of Whataburger Friday Night Starts. Kyle Youmans alongside Hekma Harrison, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiofalo. We've got some updates to get to you. Game's starting to get back underway a little bit here. And
Let's go.
Some top-notch news there. Yeah, about time is about right, as you continue to say that. We do have a quick update, though. Talked about that Prosper game. Prosper and Flower Mound. That's a Flower Mound team that's trying to get back into the playoffs for the first time in what seems like forever. Well, Flower Mound just scored a moment ago. It's a 24-14 game. How about this? In their opponent's red zone, Prosper on offense, 2-step drop, picked off after it's batted on the offensive line, and Flower Mound's going to have the football at the 27 with about a minute left in the first half. Wow. So Flower Mound making that a little bit of a ball game.
Jaguars aren't dying easy tonight.
That's a Prosper team that is an experienced team. They 3 rounds in the playoffs last year, 6 starters returning on offense, 2 of which are studs on the offensive line, solid quarterback, and they're out there putting up 52 points a game until tonight, only 14 points. Wow. Flower Mound. Big game.
30 seconds left in that second quarter. Flower Mound driving to try and put some more points on the board before halftime as they trail by 10. Well, as Flower Mound tries to avoid the L, we do have to mention that Ashley Pickle took another L in terms of the weather today. And Ashley will join us now on the phone. Ashley, first off, another rough week in terms of lightning and weather delays, but you got to see at least a half of football before it rained you out.
No kidding. At least it was a half. I didn't even know if we were going to make it that far with the rain and the lightning and everything like that. But, hey, if I can keep inching up half by next week, 3 weeks in a row, hopefully I'll have a full game to put together.
There you go.
Still close.
Don't put that on yourself. Allen, 21, Coppell, nothing. This is a game that a lot of people had circled on their schedules for week 2 or week 3 of the season. And what did you see from Allen that was so impressive? Tisdale, Manning, Weiss, anybody, what was so good about that number 1 team in Texas?
Man, I was upset because I was really excited to see Weiss tonight. He is a phenomenal player, Oklahoma Sooner commit, obviously one of the best in the state. Very excited to see him. It was raining for most of the game, so they were really keeping that ball on the ground. I think that they knew that they have a fantastic offensive line at Allen, so they knew that they could get Manning the ball and go, which I was very, very impressed by Clendon Manning. He, of course, is taking over that starting position after Andrew Henry, their original starter, had hurt his knee in that Mesquite Horn game. But Manning was impressive on the ground. Tisdale, you can tell, is just he's a dual-threat quarterback. He's going to go out there and he's going to get the job done. But, yeah, I was disappointed that the rain was kind of keeping them more on the ground, and I didn't get to see as much Tisdale to Weiss action as I was hoping.
Ashley, Zach here, what was anything working for Coppell offensively in that first half before they shut this thing down?
Their very first drive, they were able to make it down the field, ended up stopping at about the 15 and had to kick a field goal, and they missed that one. Other than that, there was just not any gains. Their defense did fairly well, but yeah, you didn't get to see much from Coppell tonight, which was a little disappointing. There was one point where the defense was able to stop Allen on a fourth down on their first drive. Coppell got the ball back and automatically fumbled it, and that's when Allen had the drive to go down and score the first touchdown of the game. So it was just disappointing on the Coppell standpoint.
Ashley, any word on whether this game is going to count in the win-loss column for either team?
I went around asking as many coaches as I could, and they kind of laughed a little bit. They were saying how most of the time when it's a non-district game, they really don't care. The athletic directors were inside talking about it, but they were so ready to get out of here as quickly as possible, and no one was allowed to still be in the stadium at that point. So haven't heard anything from that, but most of them said that if they make it into the second half, that usually it'll count for a win for the team who is ahead, which we did make it into the second half, only about 2 or 3 plays into it. But as the looks of it, it should count for a win for Allen, but the ADs were still in there talking.
Hey, Ashley, this is Hekma. Now, I want to tell you, you are our MVP. Let me say that right now. And as you said, if next week we should get you, it's going to be a whole game for you. I'm going to speak this into existence. It's not going to happen next week. Ashley, we're going to get you through a whole game. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about is obviously everybody is high on the Allen Eagle offense. What about their defense? Talk about what they did in the first half because they pitched a shutout.
Yeah, I mean they're just obviously, yes. You come in and you look at Allen and you see scoring, you see the big offensive plays. But you're right. That's not to put off that they don't have a good defense. Their defensive line is very commendable. I'll give them that. They've got the defensive line with Jurgen Lados and I think you say it Noroki. Anyway, very good on that. And then their senior linebacker, Marcus Thomas, he was one that really stuck out tonight. And even, last season he had 79 tackles, 4 sacks. He's leading that defense right now, and that's what I would say. They've not as impressed as much with the secondary for them. They've got some young guys in there, but that defensive line, it makes it so hard for anyone to even get past them with the pressure that they put on the quarterbacks that, very good on both sides of the ball for Allen. It's pretty clear to see why they're ranked at number 1 in the state.
Ashley, we got to thank you very much for that hashtag Battle of the Bands footage. It was phenomenal.
Man, Alan, Jack, I tried so hard for you.
It made our night, though.
Coppell got rained out.
What'd you think, though? Allen, you got to see all of, and then Coppell, did you feel like they were about to bring it and put on a show?
Well, first off, I'm going to say that I think the Allen band was bigger than my entire high school. I'm just going to put that out there. They stretch kids from the 5-yard line to the 5-yard line. That thing looks like a D1 college band. That was ridiculous. But they obviously put on a phenomenal show. Coppell did get to go out and play for the dancers a little bit. They were pumped, and then all of a sudden they ran off. But I'll tell you what, Coppell rolled out this giant white grand piano, and I was getting hyped from that film deck up there, and then I was so disappointed when I didn't get to see it. But that piano was about to pack some heat.
Well, that Battle of the Bands will get you hyped. That's just that's what it's all about.
Grand piano, they're really going all out there at
yeah,
Coppell,
you're exactly right. Ashley, I know. So next week we talked about sending you to some of the best games in all of the North Texas area, where we're going to send you to Lebanon Trail and Frisco because it's at the Ford Center. That way you can stay dry. Not really
no chances.
You can join us in studio. Good. Ashley, you can join us in studio.
You're right, but no, we're going to send her to the best game out there. So, Ashley, thank you so much. Continue to stay dry and drive home safely.
All right, thanks, guys. Y'all have fun tonight.
Thanks, Ashley Pickle, joining us again. And yeah, hardest working woman in sports. But man, you look at that Allen team. Is there anybody that can beat Allen?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me.
Yeah, it's
enlighten me. Hekma.
Yeah, I've been doing that the whole time I've been sitting here. No, North Texas.
Lincoln?
Lincoln, no. We don't want no smoke with Allen.
Not with Allen.
No, they would beat us 150 to 0. Look, the truth is, and I've been saying this the whole time, and I take a page out of Fossil Ridge. I just think that you have to be dedicated to press coverage. You have to. And the thing that I've also noticed, guys, is a lot of these teams that you see with these great offenses, they also do it in the spring in 7-on-7. Yeah. Allen has a great 7-on-7. These guys do it year round. And whereas you have a lot of teams where they call, spring ball and things like that, it never stops here in the state of Texas because as soon as they stop, they go straight to 7-on-7. So that's why you see some of these passing attacks being as lethal as they are because they're practicing these routes year-round.
But we get into district play, the district opener for the Allen Eagles.
Give it to me.
The Plano Wildcats.
Hey.
Oh, Wolchuk.
How's that going to go?
Hey, you'll take an early Ellen district, and then you'll bounce back.
Rebound and be right back in it, right?
No, don't let them put that L on.
I always hope for the best. Kyron Cumbie really played well against Allen last year. I think he's going to put on another good stat line.
You think you're going to win?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
I think we're going on. It'll probably be the 12th straight year since Plano's defeated Allen. And I thought that you look at this district slate, I was excited about the Allen Jesuit matchup down the line. I think that's one game in the regular season schedule. And Plano East usually plays Allen close as well, and they've got a good squad this year. So you look at East, you look at Jesuit, those might be two games. Prosper as well. Prosper is in that district.
Yep.
They get to take on Allen, but it's probably not going to be until one of those 4 or 5 round deep playoff matchups.
Yeah. It's going to take a lot. And I think Jesuit's a team that has to figure some things out before they really have a chance to knock off the Allen Eagles. Well, another game that we've kind of been keeping an eye on, but it's also been kind of rained out, kind of not. Odessa Permian and South Lake Carroll. And let's go to Nick Laupius. Nick Laupius is on the scene. He sent us a video earlier. My goodness.
He was swimming.
Soaked in water. Poor just guy. Standing in the middle of the rain. Hopefully it's a little bit better. Nick, tell us what's going on with South Lake Carroll.
Well, we are finally about to get back underway here in South Lake Carroll. About a 5-minute warm-up period, then we'll start. There's 8 minutes, 7 seconds left on the clock in the third quarter. A 10-0 lead for the Dragons, and well, that's where we're at. So we had a couple of lightning delays, but the rain's starting to let up. It's all passing, and in about 5 minutes, we'll get started again. 8 minutes, 7 seconds on the clock here in quarter number 3. The Dragons lead the Panthers 10-0.
Like a little Phil Collins in the air tonight, playing in the background.
First of all, there were 2 things I took away from that because he's got Odessa Permian warming up in the background.
Yeah.
Those uniforms get me very nostalgic.
Iconic.
I love
legendary.
Absolutely. And 2, they're still very small.
Yep.
They look tiny.
Yeah, they didn't look very big.
Did not look like a big
Maybe that was the
team.
JV side of the warm-ups.
Maybe. I mean, they always are historically kind of an undersized program, but they play big. Maybe that's a similar. We can talk to Nick about that after.
Yeah, they're currently down 10-0 in the middle of the third quarter. That game has kicked off again. Has gotten started. 6:02 left in the third quarter, and Odessa Permian is driving. They are on the South Lake 20-yard line, about to kick a field goal because it's 4th and 15.
Well, that
first could be a one-possession game.
That first half of that game they ran through that one pretty quick. I mean,
that was like 52 minutes or something, right?
And so what that says to me is that they're not throwing the ball.
Yep.
They are running it. So
especially you factor in the rain, you probably want to keep it on the ground. Yeah, Odessa likes to do that anyhow.
And let's get this thing over with. Let's run the clock.
I love those kind of games because the high school game can go all day.
Yeah.
Same with college. Yeah, they just drag out 52 minutes.
That was the great part about being at that Highland Park Lone Star game last night. Very short game. I think it might have taken 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. And you include a half-hour halftime in there because the band's got to get their shine.
Yeah.
Hashtag battle of the band.
Anytime you get a defensive slugfest, usually the game's going to be a little bit shorter. We also have a score update. Prosper just had another touchdown to extend their lead. Flower Mound, we saw coming back a little bit. Prosper went ahead. They've now scored. They're up 31-14 on Flower Mound as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, Prosper as a team, man, they are just loaded. Like you said, that offensive line, they have some big guys on their offensive line. So it's a war of attrition. By the time you get to the fourth quarter, you got these big old guys leaning on you. I think the tackle's like 6'7", 6'8", 300 pounds. It's a high school kid doing this to you.
Yeah, they're animals. And they're protecting a 3-year starter, in Keegan
that's a big
at
thing.
quarterback. That's huge. That's huge. And goes a long way with them putting up 52 points a game right now.
So with all of the weather delays, and I've got a huge score update that I'm about to give you.
Oh, geez.
And it's not a score update. It's a final score.
This better not be underwhelming.
Oh, no. So Brock. Everybody knows about Brock, correct?
Of course.
One of the top teams in all of...
Who doesn't know about Brock?
Exactly, yeah. One of the top teams in all of Texas in their respective divisions. Let me actually look up and see what their rankings are just really quickly here. Brock and Argyle Liberty Christian were faced off against each other in that matchup. And Brock is one of the teams that you'd think might have a legitimate shot at winning a state championship, and so does Dave Campbell's Texas football, because Dave Campbell's Texas football has them as number 1 in 3A
number 1
Division 1 top team. I knew they were up there. I thought they were 1 or 2, but they're number 1 no longer.
Take an L.
Argyle Liberty Christian
How
was
about
up
that?
in the third quarter. That scored 21-0. Argyle Liberty Christian, game called because of lightning.
But it counts.
And it's in the third quarter.
It counts.
It counts.
And it does count. So Brock is undefeated no longer. They are number 1 no longer. So some other scores that have gone final because of the rain. These are the only ones that have gone final. Grand Naaman Forest at Northwest Eaton, called in the third quarter. It will count as a win for Eaton.
Eaton got that victory 13-6.
13-6 is the final score there. So that game has gone
right
final.
On the predictions, that's one right.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
That one correct.
I took Naaman Forest, guys.
Yeah, you took Naaman Forest.
I had to.
Yep, you're exactly right.
I had to. I prefaced my statement with I had to.
Oh, no, that's right. That's the wife's alma mater.
But he also then turned around and threw himself under the bus later by talking bad about
You're not supposed to bring it up again.
Flag guard.
Jeez, we're bro code Kyle.
Denton Braswell at Frisco has been postponed until Saturday. The time of kickoff is TBD. Other games getting kicked off. We'll update you as I start rolling through 6A, 5A, 4A. We're going to give you a full rundown of the scores coming up here in just a moment. Whataburger Friday Night Stars from the Star in Frisco. We'll be back here in just a little bit.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field. See the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours. Presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer. Not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
And he scored!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh, and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Back here on Whataburger Friday Night Stars as we continue to run through some of the best games and all of the games in the Metroplex area. We're about 15 minutes away from Friday Night Stars overtime. Be sure to stay tuned on this stream and then also the other stream on YouTube with Game On Sports. We'll run down every single score that we can in the Metroplex area in a span of 30 minutes. We'll also have live reaction from reporters and others throughout the game. Let's go really quickly. South Lake Carroll and Odessa Permian. Look at this. South Lake Carroll hands it off. TJ McDaniels, stiff arm to the house. Finds Pater, and South Lake Carroll at one point looked like they might have had a one-possession game there. However, they get the ball back and drive down the field pretty quickly. It's 17-0 at the start of the fourth quarter. We'll talk to Nick Laupius about that one for sure during F&S overtime. But right now, let's talk to Jackson Donovan. Jackson is at the ball game with Cedar Hill, Mesquite Horn. Jackson, halftime there. What's going on? No audio for some reason.
He looks incredible, though.
He does look really good. We'll get back to Jackson here in a little bit, but we do have one person we know will have audio, and that's my boy, Guy. Guy is on the phone, and let's go to the phone line real quick. Guy, first off, you're at a game that a lot of people maybe don't know that much about. It's Gunter and Whitesboro, but however, this is one of the top games in terms of two teams in the 3A rankings that face up against each other here in week 3. Tell us a little bit about what you saw.
Hey, Kyle. What's up, my man? I got there at halftime. I was with y'all at the studio earlier portions of the night. But, from what I saw when I got there, Gunner was up 21-3 at halftime. So they were in control. Their star, Dylan Chance, had just ripped off a 50-yard touchdown to end the half. And in the second half, not a whole lot going. Whitesboro scored early to cut it to an 11-point deficit. But not a whole lot went on after that. Gunner ends up winning 21-10.
These are two teams that a lot of people had in terms of both divisions, Division I and Division II, as teams to look out for, especially with Whitesboro being really a perennial team ever since Coach Eddie Gill took over there. What did you think about the two? Were they evenly matched enough to say that that the hype is definitely real?
Yeah, well, not to correct you there, but Gunter's actually been the perennial power, winning the 2016 state championship and then losing to Newton last year. But Whitesboro definitely is up on the on the come up, and this was kind of a prove-it game for them. Unfortunately, they fell tonight. But, with any game with Gunter, it's a lot of running the ball, that wing tee offense. Whitesboro had the opportunities. Never really took advantage of it. I mean, the game's done with, under 3 hours. So just a quick ball game in general. But, no, I mean, Gunter took advantage again, or took care of business, I guess, and showed why they're the dominant team here in the Texoma region.
Guys, Zach here with you. Dylan Jantz for Gunter, kind of a do-it-all player, can play both ways, offense and defense. What did you see from Jantz from a little bit you were able to check out?
Yeah, I mean, explosive. I got to see him in the state championship game against Newton that they lost last year, and saw a lot of the same stuff. He's extremely athletic for that classification of school, so he stands out. There was one play, I want to say late in the third quarter or early fourth quarter, where he flipped the field and changed direction and just took off. Now, unfortunately, the play was called back to I think a holding. So, I mean, he just showed his explosiveness, his shiftiness, and really once he gets out in the open field, there's not a lot of kids with speed like that at that level of school. So he's a different type of athlete for 3A football.
Guy, do you think a 3A school like Gunter would be able to compete? Like, how do you think they would fare against some of these 5A and 6A teams?
Way too small as far as up front in the trenches, and not enough athletes top to bottom. They could probably take on maybe a 4A Division II type school, if they got the right matchup. But no, I mean, just from top to bottom, not enough athletes, not enough size. But for their classification, they definitely stand out and have definitely proven themselves to be quite the powerhouse in the last couple of years.
What'd you think of Whitesboro? I got a buddy who I work with over at 105.3 The Fan, Kevin Sparkman. He's a Whitesboro alum, and he said he was talking with his coaches back there, and they said, Kevin, this is the year if you're going to come check out some Whitesboro football. You think they got a chance of making a run?
I do. I like the quarterback. His name is escaping me at the moment. Number 6 is his number. But anyway, he's got a pretty good arm. He had a couple
Scout Sanders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. And, pretty good ball player. Tonight they just never really got in the rhythm on offense. Now, I only got there in the second half, but then again, they only had 3 points at halftime. So, the deal with when you play a team like Gunter, it's kind of like playing U.S. Trinity with the bigger schools, right? If you don't take advantage of the times when you do have the ball, you're not going to win just because a team like Gunter or a team like U.S. Trinity, they just eat clock because it's just run constantly. So, Whitesboro had a little bit more of a balanced attack, passing and running, but they never really got in the rhythm. I'm not sure tonight's really shows how the rest of their season might go. I think they'll still be pretty strong at the 3A D1 level, but tonight Gunter definitely looks like the better program in the class of Texoma.
Yeah, 3-0 and continuing to work their way through. They get a 21-10 win over Whitesboro. Pilot point on the horizon for Gunter. They're currently ranked number 4. You see that going up now with the win over Whitesboro?
I did not see the ranking, but I did hear at the game that they were excited for the Pilot point game next week. So I didn't see the ranking, but I'm not shocked by it either.
Yeah, definitely. So Guy Frazier on the phone between Whitesboro and Gunter. Guy, drive safely on your way back. Thanks for talking in.
Yeah, appreciate it. Y'all have a good night, fellas.
All right, there he goes. Guy Frazier on the phone for Gunter and Whitesboro. That's a Gunter team that it's a little bit out of our region, and it's a team that not a whole lot of people look for. But like Guy said, this is a team that could win a state championship.
Now, if they're looking for it, Pilot Point got it for them because Pilot Point beat Aubrey tonight 34-0. So
hey, there you go.
I don't think that Pilot Point is running away from any challenge, especially not from Gunter. So that's going to be a good game next week.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll check in with some Gunter contacts throughout the rest of the year as we've got some contacts from Gunter for sure. That's really a team to kind of keep an eye on. That's a little bit out of the North Texas
power,
area.
no doubt about it.
Yeah, definitely a 3A power. Well, we've got a lot of power left. Just about 8 minutes until we start off some Friday Night Stars overtime. And so let's go through just real quick our top games. What games are going on and what games have been canceled? Actually, let's just go through. I'm going to go through the games that have been postponed for the last time tonight, I promise.
Tell you what, I got some 6A scores when you're
Tell me right now before I pull it up.
Well, as soon as I say that, here we go. We're updating. We're refreshing. So we know 14-7, Mansfield defeated Legacy. We know Lake Ridge over Timberview. We know what happened with Allen and Coppell, 32-6. Cedar Hill is up big on Mesquite Horn. We were just talking about this. You know, Mesquite Horn basically scheduled a murderer's row with their first 3 games. You look at defending state champion Allen, defending state champion Highland Park, and here they go with Cedar Hill, who also has ambitions of being a state champion. And you got to wonder, Mesquite Horn, who a team I know you liked a lot coming into this year, Hekma, they're going to start 0-3. I know it doesn't matter, as Ashley just said, talking with officials from Coppell and Allen, they were kind of laughing about, should we even win-loss this one? Because it's an out-of-district game. It doesn't affect us making the playoffs. But is Mesquite Horn a confident bunch going into district play? I think the easy answer is absolutely not. You got to worry about that team's mental state. And Hekma, you made the point. The backfire of scheduling 3 elite opponents. Obviously, you want a kind of measuring stick for your team, get them used to playing elite competition. But my, oh my, this has not turned out the way that Mesquite Horn was hoping, losing pretty big to all 3 of those teams.
Well, and it doesn't get much easier for them as they open up district play next week against Arlington.
Yeah.
And we know
Jahari
Rogers, man, that team is putting up a lot of points a game, a lot of yards. That's going to be another tough test for Horn. And now the thing about confidence and the thing about one of these teams is if they can get a win, then it can start, it's a trickle effect that way. So if your confidence is down now, you go out there and you beat Arlington next week, all of a sudden you forget about those first 3 games.
And that's an Arlington team coming off of a bye as well. So that's going to be a rested team. Makes it even tougher. Another game I kind of want to shed some light on, Trinity Christian out of Cedar Hill. Ooh. They've put the smackdown on Fort Worth All Saints.
Sanders boys.
44-20.
They struggle to find teams to play.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you're talking about the Sanders boys. How about, is it Shadur? Shiloh Sanders. Well, 11 for 16, 247 yards, 2 touchdowns. Wow. Put up some numbers, even with just 11 completions.
Yeah, pretty good day at the office. Make the most of what you got.
Pretty good day there. So that is going to do it for our regular segment of Friday Night Stars. We're 3.5 hours down. We've got a half hour to go, and when we come back, we'll run through every score that we possibly can. Friday Night Stars overtime is on the way.
You know those little pins you push in a map? The ones that show you all the places you've traveled to? Well, thanks to American Airlines, you're about to run out of pins. With the most destinations of any airline in the world, American brings you closer to your next trip, wherever it is on the map. So, get ready to explore some new points of interest. The most destinations of any airline in the world. That's American Airlines. Pins not included.
Backpack shorts and sneakers. Helmets, shoulder pads, knee pads, and cleats. Adidas and JanSport, Under Armour and Nike. Hoodies, jerseys, leggings, and shoes.
Start your back-to-school season for less with our head-to-toe selection of sports essentials for under $30 and top brands and footwear under $60. Academy Sports and Outdoors, for all for less.
Ever wonder what it's like to play for the Dallas Cowboys?
We scratch, we claw, we fight.
To sit in the same locker room as your favorite Cowboys players. To run into the end zone.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
You could do all that and more when you tour AT&T Stadium. Play on the field, see the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders' locker room, and gain access to areas where fans are never allowed on game day. It's all possible with AT&T Stadium Tours, presented by SeatGeek. Tours are available daily. Visit attstadium.com for details.
It's true. Everything's better when the Cowboys win, especially Papa John's Pizza. New this season, every time the Cowboys win, you get 50% off regular menu price pizzas the next day at papajohns.com. That's half-price pizzas with promo code CowboysWin. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, official pizza of your Dallas Cowboys. Limited time offer, not valid with any other coupons or discounts. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary.
This is the Pepsi that your father drank and your grandfather drank.
When I was your age, we worked for.
And your grandmother, she drank it too before she met him.
That was quite the catch, you know.
We know. This is the Pepsi that your Uncle Ted drank when rock sounded like this. And the one he drinks now that rock sounds like this. This is the Pepsi for American pastimes. Whether you're tailgating at a speedway or courtside watching your favorite player make a breakaway.
Shoots, and he scores!
It even goes well with away games. This is the Pepsi that was made for your mom's famous 5-alarm chili. You know, the one she refuses to give the recipe to.
Never gonna happen.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. This is the Pepsi that makes you say, hee, ba, 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 and baby. This is the Pepsi for those who are forever fun. This is the Pepsi for every generation.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. We make sure that our customers get their order hot and fresh.
I ordered the original Whataburger.
I got the number 2 Whataburger double, and I got bacon on it because everyone loves bacon.
We don't make it until you order it.
Their ingredients are so fresh and you can taste it. Tomato, lettuce, and the onions all the time is fresh.
We cut our vegetables 3 times a day.
They gave me a hot and fresh burger the way I like it, so I'm happy.
Your hometown Whataburger. Serving it hot and fresh all day, every day.
Dr. Pepper is the one you crave. But how do you explain that craving?
Imagine a surging river of ice-cold Dr. Pepper, roaring with carbonated mists of desire. You're dangling above it, upside down, like a fishing lure in the wind. 23 flavors tickle your nose, but the river is too far away to taste. Dr. Pepper calls to you. You.
Now that is a Dr. Pepper craving. Dr. Pepper, the one you crave.
Tour the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco. VIP guided tours give Cowboys fans an inside look at the place where the Dallas Cowboys train and work. Fans have the opportunity to see the Cowboys' state-of-the-art war room, grand atrium, a display of all 5 Super Bowl trophies and rings, and more. Connect with the Cowboys in ways you never imagined. VIP guided tours are available daily. Get your tour tickets now at thestarinfrisco.com. That's thestarinfrisco.com.
Located at Dallas Cowboys Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, Cowboys Fit offers a comprehensive gym experience with over 60,000 square feet of workout space, personal training, group fitness classes, a heated rooftop pool, and luxury amenities, including the same state-of-the-art equipment used in the Dallas Cowboys team facility. A dedicated recovery lounge featuring hydro massage and cryotherapy, a health and nutrition bar, and so much more. For more information or to join, visit cowboysfit.com.
Doesn't that get you just a little bit fired up, boys, as we are almost through an entire week 3 of Friday Night Football in the Lone Star State. It's Whataburger Friday Night Stars, powered by Game On Sports. We're live from the Star in Frisco, home to the Dallas Cowboys headquarters, and, of course, the Ford Center just across the way, alongside the great Hekma Harrison, greater Zach Wolchuk, and the greatest Eric Chiofalo.
I like that.
Maybe not in order, but we'll see. Just playing around with it. I'm Kyle Youmans, and we are Friday Night Stars. This is our third episode, and, well, it's our second episode with a little bit of rain to kind of work around. It's okay. High school football still happens, even with the rain falling down. Some of those games canceled, postponed, and whatnot. We'll let you know which ones, but we're also going to run through some of the best scores throughout the entire district and the entire Metroplex area, starting with 6A. 6A had some top-notch games early on. Looked like Allen and Coppell could have been a good game. Cedar Hill, Mesquite, Horn. Zach, 6A, tell us what's running down with the biggest boys.
All right, so Mansfield and Mansfield Legacy. This game kicked off at 6. They got to jump ahead of the rain. Mansfield, the Tigers, getting a win 14-7 over Legacy, a game not a lot of people might have circled down that Mansfield could win that one. No Jalen Catalan. That will be the story moving forward for Legacy. They fall in that one 14-7. Across town, Lake Ridge and Timberview getting it going. That one was close. Back and forth ping pong affair. Mansfield Lake Ridge 36-31. They get that win. Allen and Coppell. We got an update earlier on in the show before overtime started from Ashley Pickle, who was covering this game out there. That one called a little into the third quarter due to the rain, unfortunately, but Allen was all over Coppell in this one. 21-0. They had the lead. We'll find out if that one actually gets called a win or what that will be, but it didn't seem like either coaching staff really minded that much. Cedar Hill up 32-6 on Mesquite Horn. Mesquite Horn continues to struggle with that 3 star-studded lineup that they started with to open the season with Allen, Highland Park, and Cedar Hill. Prosper up big, 52-14. At one point, it looked like Flower Mound might come back in this game. Prosper slamming the door, 15-14. They're up big, 13-6. Northwest Eaton and Garland Naaman Forest, a game that we talked about earlier. 2 really good running backs for Eaton, guys that can do it from out of the backfield, between the line of scrimmage, whatever you want to do. That game 13-6. They ended up calling the eye on one, I believe, in the third quarter, but Eaton gets the victory there. Keller, Fossil Ridge, and Hebron. This is another game. We did a predictions to start. Very, very close. 23-17. Keller, Fossil Ridge is up in this one towards the end of the third quarter. So a lot of football left to go in that one. So for Hebron, they've got some chance.
That's one of the funnest games this week. I mean, of the whole slate, that was really one of the games we looked at and pretty excited about.
It was a very evenly matched game. 2 really good receivers duking it out in that one on both sides of the ball. Irving Nimitz, 58-7. They roll past Carrollton Creekview. Little Elm, 31-13. They get the victory over Keller Central. Keller, Timber Creek, and West Mesquite. This one, high-flying barn burner, 35 all. Near the end of the third quarter. That one's going to be close. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Kimball and Irving. Kimball gets the win 42-22. Mesquite. Plano West is going to have to wait another week to break that streak of consecutive losses. 44-20. The Skeeters are up big right now on the Wolves. 17-14. One of the premier matchups of the evening. South Lake Carroll up on Odessa Permian. Permian apparently just had a long touchdown. Hopefully we can get something from that.
I have something for you right now.
There we go. All right.
Mr. TJ McDaniel.
Oh, is he striking again?
90 yards, house call, gentlemen, for his third rushing touchdown of the night. That makes it 24-14. Carroll's up with just over 4 minutes left in that game.
TJ is strong like bull.
Yeah. My gosh.
232 yards rushing. That's 17.8 yards per attempt.
Who had
3
him
touchdowns.
on their high school football fantasy team?
I mean, he's carrying people to the end zone, basically.
Unbelievable.
Big
Plano and Rowlett. Rowlett is up 17-10 on Plano. Plano's struggling right now. Plano East in Saxe, another game. Saxe 0-2. Plano East 2-0. Thought something might have to give Saxe a pretty good club. 22-7. The Plano East Panthers are up on Saxe on the road right now.
Look at that.
It's a big win for Coach Joey McCullough and that program if that continues.
And you mentioned Plano East as a team that might be able to give Allen a little bit of competition within that district, and they're beating up on a Saxe team who, even though they're 0-2, we can all acknowledge is a good football team.
And they're
you might be right about Plano East.
Yeah, that's another team, Saxe, who's played a tough non-district schedule. And for Plano East, led by Brandon Mallory, they've got a lot of weapons at receiver, solid run game. They've got an athletic defense, certainly could present some problems moving forward. Richardson Pierce, J.J. Pierce, 31-14. They're up on McKinney in the fourth quarter of that one. Trophy Club, Byron Nelson, and the Colony. A game we all picked. Clean sweep. Thought the Colony would just had too much in this one. They do. 42-24. They are up on Trophy Club, Byron Nelson late in the fourth quarter. That one is almost a final. Denton Geyer. We've talked about Denton Geyer. Haven't really talked about them much tonight. We've talked about them in previous weeks. They started the season 0-2, 45-28. Coach John Walsh gets in the win column. They beat North Crowley. Flower Mound Marcus and Waxahachie, another game we've kind of been looking at. 21-7. Wax goes down. Flower Mound Marcus with the victory there. Justin Dinka, outstanding game, 160 yards and a touchdown for him. Richardson up 14-13 on Garland. Garland Lakeview Centennial 23-0, shutting out Richardson Berkner right now late in that third quarter. We have a 31-10 score as this thing goes ahead and does its deal tonight. It's just been, we've just got so much coming in. 31-10, LD Bell over Irving MacArthur. That's another final. That's a big win for LD Bell. They had struggled earlier in this year. They started 0-2. Big win to get a victory on Irving. Matt Keller 43-0 on Grand Prairie. Lake Highlands and Holtham. This is a game that went back and forth. Lake Highlands had the lead early in it. Holtham came back 37-28. They get the victory. Richland 21-7 leading Rockwell Heath. South Grand Prairie and Lancaster finally underway. Tied at 7. I don't know what they're going to do with this one. Weather continues to be a factor. We will see moving forward, but this one's 7-all between those two clubs. Dallas Carter 26-9. They beat WT White. Birdville 42-20 on Weatherford, and it is a final. Jesuit has defeated Wiley 35-14. Kevin Schumann 267 yards, a touchdown through the air. Also 40 yards rushing and a touchdown as well.
What about my boy E.J. Smith?
E.J. Smith, man, I'll tell you what. I don't have anything on him right now, but I will get back to you on that in just a second because we got to see, did he end up with more catches than rushing attempts? That's kind of been the story with E.J. Smith, especially with how well Kevin Schumann did in this one. And it's interesting to me because I didn't ever think of Schumann necessarily as a runner. Tonight,
doing it on the ground.
Like 40 yards rushing. So for E.J. Smith, he did finish with more carries than catches. He didn't update that reception total. Finished with 5 catches for 76 yards. 11 carries, 24 yards, a touchdown.
Man, I wonder what's going on with that rushing attack.
It seems to me like they shut him down a little bit once they got a big lead, probably. But I think when we get into district play here in the next coming weeks, you'll start to see those mega E.J. Smith stat lines that we've come to expect.
I can't wait for that.
I don't think it's going to take very long for E.J. Smith to put up some points here in just a little bit. They might, like you said, might be saving him. Try and take a little bit of the time off, or a couple of the hits off of the body heading into district play.
Can you imagine kids getting psyched up for a game to play against E.J. Smith?
You want to hit that guy.
Exactly.
And then in the third quarter, you realize, I don't want to hit him.
Exactly. He's got a target on his back from day one.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's probably a part of the plan. You know, hey, let's shut him down early, get a lead, get some film on him, get people an opportunity to see him scheme some certain things that the coach wants to see. I don't think he played any receiver at all last year. So this is a whole nother wrinkle to their offense going into district play.
Yeah, and 75 yards receiving for him, that's awesome. If you're not going to do it on the ground, at least you're doing it in the air. Shows the kind of player he is.
Definitely the versatility.
And Jesuit finally playing some defense. Only gave up 14 points. We've seen them give up a lot of points, a lot of yards in the first couple of games, but good for their defense finally showing up.
Yeah, Wiley at quarterback, they're struggling a little bit, but they do have an outstanding receiver in Donovan Ollie. So a good note for Ranger fans. Their secondary seems to be playing better.
So that'll be it for the 6A rundown, at least for now. We'll talk about some of those games as they update, but I do want to give you a final score from 5A before Eric gets into the rest of the 5A scores. This is a team that I've kind of had as a sleeper pick over the last couple of years. I'm not saying they're going to win state or anything, but they are going to make some noise in their district. The Lovejoy Leopards. I'll tell you what they did today against Frisco Memorial. Put up 74 points.
Wow.
74-13 was the final score.
Dang.
They had 35 points in the first quarter.
Okay, so that was not wrong. Whenever we went through the updates earlier, I was like, 35 points in the first quarter. There might be an error here. I guess not.
That was real.
Carson Collins went 18 of 14 passing, 304 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. They also had James Boyd, 10 attempts, 114 yards, and 3 touchdowns on the ground. Also, Michael DeFori, a touchdown on 9 attempts, and another touchdown for R.W. Rucker. So
Man,
that Lovejoy offense can put up some points. I got a chance to call a game last year with Carson Collins. That's a guy who's been a starter at Lovejoy for 3 years now, and he knows how to sling the football. He can sling it.
It's one of those programs a lot like Prosper, where you're starting to get a lot more people moving in there. You're getting more talent. They've got the facilities, no doubt about it. They're an up-and-coming community. Those are the kind of programs where you look to them to start to become on the up and up now. Yeah. Like Allen, 20 years ago, Allen was not what they are. And now they're the premier high school football team in the state. One of the best in the country. So you look for Prosper, you look for Lovejoy. These are kind of teams that are coming up, and in a few years, they'll be talked about as a perennial power.
Same thing that's happening in Frisco. Same thing that happened in Mansfield. Just all of a sudden, out of the blue, you have all of this kind of a migration of athletic talent in these areas.
Yeah, and that's a Memorial team also. The Frisco Memorial is a first-year program. So Lovejoy might be taking advantage of that a little bit. But overall, that's
a little bit.
A little bit. 74 points worth. But overall, that's still a game.
Just a little bit.
That's a game that that Lovejoy kind of showed they flex their muscles a little bit, firepower on that offensive side. Eric, start running through some of these 5A games, but I will have an update here in just a moment. I'll interrupt you when I'm ready.
All right, you can interrupt me whenever you need to.
Good.
Everman 7-0. They beat Arlington Seguin. Mansfield Legacy loses 7-14 to Mansfield. Mansfield Timberview 31-36. They fall to Mansfield Lakeridge. Denton Broswell over Frisco 14-6. They're still in the first quarter. That means that must have been a major rain delay, potentially a cancellation there. We do have a final. Frisco Independence over Denton 42-18. Frisco Lebanon Trail falls 41-14 to Denison. Frisco Reedy, I picked them. I was the only one to pick them over Lake Dallas. And guess
After
what,
you
gentlemen?
saw the score.
35-14. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It looks like Reedy's taking that one. Irving Nimitz put it on Carrollton Creekview 58-7. Keller Central falls to Little Elm 31-13. Keller Timber Creek is down 6 points right now to let's see who it was they were playing. West Mesquite. They're in the fourth quarter right now. It's been a back and forth game all game. West Mesquite just took the lead, so that'll be a fun fourth quarter finish there. And then we got Kimball over Irving, 42-22. As we mentioned, Lovejoy 74 put it on Frisco Memorial 74-13. Red Oak right here at the Ford Center, right there in our backyard. Red Oak beats Frisco Heritage 41-14. Trophy Club Byron Nelson loses 24-42 over the Colony. And then let's see here. Carrollton Ranch View is up 20-7 over Spruce. There's a little bit left in the third quarter there. Hillcrest over Conrad 25-6. The fourth quarter just got started there. And then let's see what else we got here. Frisco Centennial falls big 35-3 to Bishop Lynch. And then Kaufman put it on Ennis pretty bad, 37-7. That's a final. And Midlothian beat Joshua. Sorry, it just updated on me again. Shoot.
Gotta love it.
Where'd it go?
All of that information popping in at one point.
By the way, 30-17 now. Keller Foster Ridge is up on Hebron.
Okay,
and Foster Ridge still with the football. So Hebron keep coughing it up.
Midlothian 48 over Joshua 30. North Forney 35 over Forney 35-20. And then we got Roosevelt losing to Adamson right now in the third quarter, 40-24. South Grand Prairie, they are in overtime now with Lancaster. That's a 7-7 tie ball game. That's been a defensive battle from what we can tell. Birdville up 42-26 over Weatherford. That's in the third quarter. Also in the third quarter is Woodrow Wilson up 26-6 on Wiley East. And that does it for the 5A scores.
5A scores definitely taking you take a lot of those with some of those big time programs in 5A and look at them and you're surprised. Also, some of the games from last night from 5A, we talked earlier about Highland Park and Lone Star. That game, an outstanding game. Zach, you got a chance to go to that game. 10-7 final score, HP over Lone Star.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a back and forth game. Defenses really ruled the day. A couple of block kicks. The special teams stepped up and played. Lone Star's got a heck of a defense. They play that 3-4. But they're able to match up with spreads. We were just talking about that Hekma and I off here. Hekma's guy, Pittman, unbelievable the size this guy possesses. Really big, long frame, a guy that could probably play with his hand in the ground, be a defensive end when he gets to the upper level. But as of right now, play him at safety, play him at corner, play him at defensive line. The dude is a freak, but Chandler Morris and Highland Park just finding a way to get it done.
They're 3-0 after facing three really good teams:
Yep.
Rockwall, Mesquite Horn, and then
Lone Star is
like
a
you
team.
said, Lone Star.
Lone Star is a team we got to put an asterisk next to and look at through the season.
Oh,
because
no,
they're
that's a
gonna give
great
some
team.
people- They're going to give some people some challenges for sure.
They definitely will. One team that's giving another team a challenge is Odessa Permian. We've got an update from that game. South Lake Carroll was up early in this ball game, but how about Odessa Permian? They've put up 20 points in the fourth quarter, including this touchdown run to make it a one-score game. QB draw, Peyton Powell, 23-yard run, escapes the entire Dragon defense diving toward the end zone. He gets in. It's a 24-20 ball game. We've got a minute and 30 seconds left. Odessa Permian, who at one point was out of this game, respectively, they're right back in it, and they've also got South Lake Carroll on a 4th and 4 about to come. They're going to get the ball back with a chance to win.
Well, right after that touchdown, the extra point's no good because South Lake blocks it. So now that makes it you got to get a touchdown if you're Permian.
It's a huge
it's a huge block there for South Lake. Yeah, just under 2 minutes, and we'll see if Permian can drive down and get the game-winning touchdown.
Now, Kyle, you were saying something earlier about the delays and all. This is another game that was affected by multiple delays, halftime and all of that, making adjustments. And so that's just a coaching thing, being able to come back and say, hey, this is not working for us. Bring you guys down. Let's stop this. And so that may be what's affecting this game as well.
Yeah, and I believe we have some updated stats on this game as well we'll look at here in just a little bit because this is a highlighted game. These are two big programs that we've looked at all night long. And
Got that mojo.
They've been really even throughout. You look at total yards, first downs, 16 first downs to 14 in favor of Odessa Permian. Total yards, 383 to 378. And then overall, the completion percentage, the passing yards, the rushing yards, South Lake is dominating the rushing game, 278 yards on the ground. But overall, Odessa Permian, even a team like you said, Zach, who at least on the film that we saw in the background from Nick Laupius, I can't wait to get his thoughts on this ball game. But that's a team that didn't necessarily look like the size was there in terms of really any of the players that at least we saw in the background. But some other games that were going on, you mentioned this one, Eric actually just mentioned this one a minute ago. Frisco Independence over Denton. And right now we've got Grayson Nolette on the phone. Grayson was on the call for that ball game. It's the game of the week for Denton ISD on KNTU 88.1 FM. And Grayson, first off, Frisco Independence put up some big-time numbers. What did you see from the Knights in this ball game?
Well, the Knights and the Broncos alike, neither one of them played a perfect or even a great football game, in my opinion. There were a ton of mistakes, tons of turnovers and miscommunications that went on the field on both sides tonight. I just think that the Knights honestly went out there and they took a lot more risks. They took a lot more shots downfield. They ran more trick plays. They utilized their strengths and their best players a lot more efficiently than Denton High did, and that was the main thing I saw tonight.
Grayson, Zach here. What's going on with this Denton Bronco offense right now? Landry Kinney, obviously a sophomore quarterback, but it seemed like he ran the ball a lot more tonight. I know Coach Miller and company wanted to try and get Xylon Posey more involved. How's this offense looking?
It was really bizarre because you're absolutely right. Head coach Billy Miller did talk to the Den Record Chronicle this weekend, was talking to them about how he really did want to get Posey more involved in the offense in this game specifically before district play comes around and they got to face Denton Ryan here in the near future. But Posey, he has one really big touchdown in the first quarter, and then the dude basically doesn't touch the ball for almost the rest of the game. They even had their backup Latravius Bryce get double-digit carries instead of Posey just being the workhorse that supposedly Billy Miller wants him to be. So, and then in the meantime, Landry Kinney, again, he was having a lot of miscommunications with his center tonight. There were tons of missed snaps, high snaps that were going way over his head, and he was just not comfortable at any point tonight at that quarterback position. So right now, Coach Billy Miller, I don't know what he's doing, honestly. He says he wants to use Posey, but he's not giving him a majority of the workload, and then he's not even really allowing Landry Kinney to go out there and just make some plays. I feel like Coach Miller is playing it way too safe right now with this Den High offense. He needs to start taking a little bit more risk and start taking more shots down the field and trusting his best players.
Well, what was with all the turnovers for Denton tonight? You talk about their offense being pretty out of sync. 4 turnovers. Is that sloppy play? Is that interceptions? What was the deal with that?
One of them was a really bad interception by Landry Kinney. 2 of them, I think, were actually interceptions by Landry Kinney. One of them, I remember specifically, was just a total duck of a pass that he should have thrown away, and it was just easily intercepted by Independence on that specific play. And then early on, like I said, he was having some really bad miscommunications with his center. He actually had multiple centers to deal with tonight that they were trying to sub in and out, as none of them were really able to just stay consistent. So one of the turnovers they had was a missed snap that just went straight over Kinney's head, and he wasn't able to even recover it. The defense just recovered the fumble on a bad snap. So a couple of those interceptions were definitely Kinney's fault. And then a lot of miscommunications between him and his center specifically caused a majority of the woes for Den High tonight in terms of their turnovers.
42-18, Frisco Independence over Denton in tonight's ball game. Grayson, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you again next week.
Absolutely. No problem, guys.
Yeah, there he goes. Grayson Nolette on the call is, once again, Frisco Independence takes down the Denton Broncos. You see the score right there, 42-18. 299 total yards for Independence. Those turnovers, though, really biting Denton in the backside whenever that came to fruition. So back to that South Lake Carroll-Odessa Permian matchup. I've got some live play-by-play updates. 24-20, score remains the same. However, Odessa Permian is driving, boys. They're on the 33-yard line with some time remaining on the clock, 2nd and 10, and they are really kind of rolling right now with the passing game. Peyton Powell, who we showed that clip of just a moment ago, who ran it in for a touchdown his last time out, he has been really just on point throughout the rest of the drive, and they're passing the ball, spreading it out, and they're trying to get past South Lake Carroll on the road. What a big win this would be for Odessa Permian.
Hey, and let's not just focus on their offense right now. Their defense had to come up with some key stops against a really, really talented South Lake offense, and they've done so late in this football game.
Didn't look good for them early. They looked like they were being ran out of the stadium, but not so much anymore.
Not so much.
Star of the night still, though, was TJ McDaniel. 3 touchdowns, 233 yards rushing. One of those was a 90-yard touchdown. No, star of the night.
Oh, star of the night.
Star of the week is still my guy Tim over there at Grapevine.
Yeah, that's true. Tim did have a big-time game, and we'll give our stars in the night here in just a little bit. But, man, Odessa Permian on the road trying to take down South Lake Carroll. It's getting to that point. And, I mean, if you're looking at Odessa Permian and Mojo right now, the fact that, like you said, that defense shut down TJ McDaniel, what's one of the biggest things, one of the biggest strengths of having a great running back and a great running game?
Time management.
Being able to run out the clock.
Close it out.
And close the game.
Yeah.
That was a championship kind of drive by Trinity. You got a team that's coming back on you. You say, not so fast. We're going to close the door down. We're going to eat this clock, and we're going to run our way to the victory. South Lake Carroll hadn't been able to do that tonight. TJ McDaniels had great stat line, had the big plays. Could it be that the big plays come back to bite the Dragons in the tush?
We've got an update.
Final?
It did not come back to bite them. South Lake Carroll able to shut down Odessa Permian. The clock just ran out on Odessa on that final drive. They were driving, but it does end up going in favor of South Lake Carroll. We're running out of time, so we might not get Nick Laupius on today, but what a game that was.
I mean, 2-story programs basically with South Lake and Odessa Premium. So I mean, this won't be the end that we hear of the Mojo.
No,
I mean, these guys will definitely. They always seem to appear at every semifinals. They're just there.
And they played 2 DFW schools that should make deep playoff runs very closely. When you look at DeSoto week 1, I think they lost by 10.
Right.
And then now coming up here to play South Lake Carroll. So good showings overall.
Look at those yards, though, man. Again, 800 yards in offense. Nobody stopped anyone.
How about that?
South Lake ran the ball great, and that was really who's going to run the ball better. 2 teams that really do like to run the ball. Neither team, really stifled the run, but South Lake with almost 100 yards more rushing, that's really going to do it for them, and that is all accounted for basically in the 90-yard touchdown run that TJ McDaniel had, really to ice the game there at the end.
Yeah, and with that being said, I do want to get in some of those other scores. Hekma, give us the rest of the rundown on the Metroplex in terms of what's going on in those 4A and lower end games as well.
My pleasure, sir. So I have Argyle versus Tyler Chapel Hill, and my man Bo Hugaboom went off.
What a name.
Yeah.
Bo Hugaboom.
Bo Hugaboom. He dropping dimes, 297 yards in the air, 6 touchdowns.
Wow.
6 touchdowns. He went completely off, man. His and my system refreshes right in the middle of that, but that's okay. His leading receiver, David Carter, 6 receptions, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns, a grown man game. Also, Arbery got smoked by Pilot Point, 34-0. It wasn't even close, not even a game. Bridgeport, 24-17 over Sanger. Argyle Liberty Christian, again, 21-0 over Brock. No one thought that was going to happen, but it did. Carrollton Ranchview, 20 points, scored 20 points to Spruce's 7. And another game that isn't even close. It's 4 minutes and 53 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Hillcrest 32-6 over Conrad. Also, Midlothian Heritage in the final, 56-21. Again, a whooping, not even close. Salina, another program that that's been around for a very long time and winning state championships. Kind of regressing here, not doing very well in their game. They're losing. They lost. They lost. Come on, computer, don't do this to me now.
Kenny Chesney would not be happy about that loss.
Shouldn't be. Fort Worth Nolan is beat Salina 33-17. Life Waxahachie. Close but no cigar. Kemp beat them 33-28. Kennedale is 42-40 over Alvarado. That was a pretty good game. And also, guys, most of these matchups are from, this is another Friday one. Crandall 40-3 over Parish North Lamar. Adamson 42-32 over Roosevelt and Battle of Oak Cliff. David W. Carter beat W.T. White 32-9. And guys, from the Thursday games, we had North Dallas beat Fort Worth Carter Riverside, and also Fort Worth Western Hills beat Carrollton R.L. Turner 23-7. And obviously the South Oak Cliff game over Wilma Hutchinson, which was a blowout 56-20. Coach Jason Todd and the Sock Golden Bears are now 2-0. They didn't finish the game last week versus Duncanville because of the rain delays. And so that's going to be the 4A highlights for you guys.
That's going to be a good game next week with South Oak Cliff and Red Oak. That's a Red Oak team that won just at the Ford Center
Red Oak looked good
tonight, and they're 3-0. South Oak Cliff, like you said, undefeated as well. So, couple big time games coming up next weekend. We'll run down some of those games for you.
Quick update on Plano Rowlett. Tied at 17, under 2 minutes to play. Plano has the ball. Looks like they're going to end up having to punt, though. This game might be destined for overtime.
Oh, there you go.
Now, Rowlett, they lost last week to Rockwall?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Well, actually, that game I don't think was played. So
that's right. They canceled it.
They had to cancel that game.
Well, the music is coming in, which means overtime is no more. If you want to catch up to everything that's going on in terms of high school football in the Metroplex area, be sure to follow us on Friday_stars on Twitter. We'll continue our content on there. But as in terms of the show, do you want to thank everybody involved with Fred Garner, Chris Beam in studio, also Zach Shelton in there as well. Harrison Hekma, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiofalo. I'm Kyle Youmans. There's the final play. South Lake Carroll taking down Odessa Permian 24-20. We'll see you next week.